This is your 60-second countdown.
Just swept away.
Yeah!
Got straight through.
And that is beautifully done.
Yeah, just put his leg back a little bit.
Oh, my goodness!
10, 9,
8, 7,
6,
5,
4,
3,
2,
1. It's game time.
If you want it, you gotta dig deep. I'm on top of the mountain, but it's real steep. Been through the valley, now I'm at the peak. Yeah, a higher learning every time I speak. And when kings collide, they expect to fight. But I know the truth, yeah, we the light. Don't believe the hype, nothing's overnight. Views from the top like a satellite. Yeah, I don't care what the nays say. I live without them for my name's sake. I do what I want and not what they say. Now I'm in a position for a big payday.
Hello everybody and welcome to Bear Den TV for a big game. It's been a huge sporting weekend. We've had Jimmy Anderson's final test, England in the final of the Euros, and tonight is the big one. It's Bears versus Pears, the derby. It's derby day here at Edgbaston. We're going to bring it all to you here on Bear Den TV. Right now though, not the best news to start with, I'm afraid. It is raining here in Birmingham, although I've just seen the umpires head out to the middle to do a little inspection, so we'll keep you up to date on everything that's happening. But there is a lot on the line today, because if the Bears win today, they guarantee a spot in the quarterfinals of this season's Vitality Blast. If they win today and on Sunday, then they're guaranteed a home quarterfinal. So a lot on the line. My name is Atif Nawaz. With me here in the Bear Den is one of my favorites, Mr. Recorder Gordon. Recorder, how are you?
I'm good, Atif. How are you?
Very, very well, man. Great to have you with me. What's going on with this weather, man? What's happening in your ends with the weather?
In Birmingham?
Yeah.
It's been temperamental this week,
Yeah.
hasn't it? And the weatherman just keeps lying. or the weather person just keeps lying.
Yeah,
He said
yeah.
It's no rain, but it's raining at the moment. Not heavy, though.
Yeah.
It's not. It's knowing Edgbaston, it's not enough to prevent play.
No.
So hopefully when it dries or does stop, it will dry pretty quickly.
Yeah, and there's a big crowd coming in as well today. I've got as I came in earlier to the ground, there was huge queues of people waiting to get in. It's a big game, isn't it? I mean, you've been a part of these. Bears versus Pears, Worcestershire versus Warwickshire. Like, that's a big. It's got a big match feel.
It means a lot. It does definitely mean a lot for the fans. A bit of bragging rights, and we're still holding the trophy. So from the last game, we beat them down at New Road. So
I'm gonna get you to just
on.
lift that a little bit. There we go. We
Yeah.
want to hear you nice and clear. But it is a big game, like, and big players, but a big sequence as well for the Bears right now. They're on an absolute roll. I mean, just dismantling the Nottinghamshire Outlaws in the previous game, chasing down their target in, I think it was 6 overs, something like that. I mean, that's a statement performance.
Yeah, since the last time we have been here, they have been playing really well, and a few key players coming to the party as well. Haney showing his class in the last innings down at Notts as well, so fantastic.
Yeah, there was and bowlers as well. I was looking, like, I mean, they had 7 bowlers the Bears used in the game against Nottinghamshire. Every one of them got a wicket at least. George Garton, he was the player of the match. I mean, like, just absolutely superb. Everybody's just clicking right now. Everybody knows their role. Openers come out. Yates bangs the runs off really, really quickly. Short day. Thank you very much. Bob's your uncle. I mean, this is what you want from your team, isn't it? That sort of clinical, that just ability to dismantle an opposition.
Yeah, 100%. And I think Gartz, when he was signed, we always knew that he could produce performances like what he's doing now, and that clarity that you talk about with the batters is crucial for white ball cricket. I think go out there, no fear, know how you want to play your shots with that absolute clarity.
And Danny Briggs as captain, stepping up for the previous game, and I understand he's going to be the captain today as well, most likely. I mean, that's pretty good, isn't it? Come in as captain, finish off the opposition for 60 odd, you chase him down in 5, like a short game. That's what you want, isn't it? I mean, they'll be hoping for more of the same today against the rivals, because Worcestershire, they're not having a great season. Obviously, Bears top of the table right now, 2 points clear, game in hand. They're doing really, really well. But with Worcestershire not doing so well, the Bears want to keep that momentum, that aggressive sequence going.
Yeah, don't take nothing for granted. And I think knowing Danny Briggs with the wealth of experience that he's got, I think he'll be saying the same thing. Guys, yes, even though it may seem like it's a formality, we still got to earn the right. We've got to go out there. We've got to be playing the cricket that we want to play, and don't really take the opponent too much into consideration, because you never underestimate a wounded dog. Worcester still do have some good players. They're still going to come out. They're still going to fight. So you got to make sure that you are playing the cricket you want to play.
Yeah, well, right now the Bears are handing out maulings. The Bears are mauling people. I think that's what Bears do, right? They maul. They do maul, right? Yeah, that's what the Bears are mauling people all over the place in this Vitality Blast. Now, like, we talk about this home quarterfinal. Like, obviously we had one last year as well. It didn't go our way, but the previous year we were away. Like, a home quarterfinal makes all the difference, doesn't it? Because, like, Worcestershire, for example, today are coming into the Lions' Den, or the Bears' Den, maybe I should say, because, like, you know, it's the atmosphere in Edgbaston, particularly for the Bears team. There's some serious, like, it's like a 12th player, isn't it?
Yeah, and we've seen it for the internationals, but derby days or big game days, the Edgbaston fans, the Bears fans, Warwickshire fans do come out, they do support really well. So to have that support behind you is always a great feeling to have, especially in big games.
Yeah.
So I think it's crucial for the fans that if we do want to get that home quarterfinals, and you also have that home comfort feel, you know the pitch, you know the dimensions of the ground, it's so much easier.
It is, and like obviously we've got the toss has been delayed because of rain, and sadly at the moment, so we're still waiting for more news out the middle. But as players, they're just probably really keen to get out there off the back of their previous performances. Important to just stay focused, not let this rain break distract you.
Yeah, I think they'll be dealing with it pretty well, actually, because I've seen a few of them out there warming up before. I think they'll be staying calm. When you're playing good cricket, you don't really panic as much. But if we were playing as well, we'll be thinking, right, we want to get out there because we want to show everyone that we want to bounce back. But I think because they've been playing so well, they'll be a bit more calmer, a bit more clear in their approach of today.
And like a little bit of drizzle doesn't hurt anybody. You know, you give it a little bit of drizzle's okay.
It hasn't been raining that heavy.
No,
so
it's not.
Really.
I can
think
see
the ground staff got ahead of it really well early out and covered the whole ground.
Yeah.
Almost. So it's not.
Well, I can see they're hard at work right now behind me, out over in Edgbaston. They're working really, really hard to try and clear those covers and get the players on as soon as possible. Less umbrellas out as well than I saw before, and as I said, a big crowd turning up for this one. It is the derby. It's Worcestershire versus Birmingham. There's a lot of interest in this, and of course for the Bears, a lot on the line. Win this, guaranteed a quarter-final ahead of that other must-win game on Sunday as well. So we'll bring you news as and when we have it. Ricardo, looking forward to hearing you on commentary today, and then we'll have you over here again. We'll be chatting a lot. I feel like we should chat. We should just
of course, we
chat.
always have a good
just
chat.
find, so what's going on with you? What's up? What's happening in life? No, don't worry. We'll talk. We've got lots of time to talk. We're going to keep everybody up to date on what's happening out in the middle as well. But one derby day to another. The previous derby day that took place was at Worcestershire at New Road, and Ollie, Han, and Dolby had an absolute day out. So let's get into that. Let's check out OHD at the last derby day.
I think my first ever T20 wicket for the Bears was in Derby Day. I replied to you on Twitter yesterday, did you see that?
I did.
Called you Mr. Admin. This fella knows. You Bears. I'm basically your chauffeur today.
Oh, we're off to Worcester.
Yep.
Derby Day.
Yep.
Got any Derby Day memories that stick out for you?
Oof. Yeah, some good, some bad. I think my first ever T20 wicket for the Bears was in Derby Day, at home. I think it was Daryl Mitchell, top edge of the slow ball. Yeah, always a good fixture down here. I do remember Ross Whiteley, I reckon, banged me for a few sixes that went halfway up the hotel, which is not the greatest memory in the world. But yeah, they're always lively fixtures. The sun always seems to be shining. I've got memories of this game at Worcester, and it always seems to be glorious weather, as it is today, and hopefully it'll stay that way. But yeah, good feisty fixtures. Always a few in the crowd giving you a bit of jip, but it's all good fun.
What does it mean when you're in the team, the squad? I know we try and build this up, don't we, properly? But what does it actually mean when you win in these games?
He's trying to go at me because I'm not in the squad. Is that what's going on here? Yeah, thanks, mate. I'm basically your chauffeur today. Nah, it's great. Listen, you know, they are our closest rivals. You know, just down the M5, Worcester. There's a lot of history there. But we play these guys a lot, if I'm honest. You know them intimately. We play Birmingham League cricket against them. Every week in the twos, you seem to be playing a game against Worcester. We have a lot of ex-players here, ex-coaches here. So it's definitely a rivalry, but it's a friendly rivalry. You know, there's some good people at this club. This club's actually been through a lot of hard times in the last year, if I'm totally honest. You know, obviously very well documented, and there's been through a lot of horrible stuff, you know, with the ground and with poor Josh Baker. It's some not nice stuff. So it's a rivalry, but it's a friendly rivalry, and I, you know, genuinely actually quite like Worcester like to see Worcester doing well, and like to see their players doing well, because there's a lot of good people down here. But I hope we win today.
Final one, quickly. Best Worcester player you've played against?
Oh. Let me think about that. Right, ask me again in a minute, but let me think about it. Best Worcester player I played against? Moeen Ali. Easily. He whacked me all over. Made me feel very daft. Oh, hang on a sec, there's something Robbo wants me to do here. There you go, Robbo.
Do we know this car in front?
Adam Hose, I think. Hosey! Big hose pipe. Here we go. Do you want a funny story?
Go on.
I went a PCA bike ride around the country, and our second leg was from Crewe to Worcester, and I had a great day on the bike. And you know, your calipers and stuff, I was getting used to the clipping boots, and I'd not fallen off all day. We pulled up outside Worcester and I stacked it right outside the gate, so in front of my whole team. It was very embarrassing. Right there. Terrible. Get the tash on it. Hi guys, we're here in Worcester outside the cathedral and in front of the Edward Elgar statue. Obviously one of Britain's greatest ever composers, but it is a little known fact that Edward took to his grave that he's actually a massive Warwickshire Bears fan. You Bears! Hi guys, we're here at the beautiful Worcester Cathedral. Very famous view here that you can see from the cricket ground, which is just over there, probably around 200-300 metres away. And it's a little known fact that in the very, very early days of T20, Neil Carter hit a slog sweep that travelled all this way and smashed one of those stained glass windows. That is a hell of a hit, Cart. Whenever I come to beautiful, peaceful Worcester, I always like to bring a good book. There's nothing better than the history of Warwickshire cricket. Brilliant of Dan Mosley to model for the cover, and that bow tie is magnificent. If we could start stocking them in the club shop, I think they'd be an absolute winner. Beautiful. This is lovely. Unless the horseshoe bats. Lesser horseshoe bats, who knew it? Wow. This fella knows. You Bears. Most important thing to bring today? Norman Gifford Trophy. Hopefully it's coming back with us. maybe in more luxurious transport than the Hyundai Tucson. So it's funny when you come to a ground, you never see any of it really, apart from the changing rooms. So it's nice to see little bits of the ground that you never really see before. Graham Hick, absolute legend. Darryl Mitchell. Richard Dillon with the umpires now. Bumpy roads. Phil Neal, played for the Bears. Wickets, wow. Absolutely delighted to announce the launch of a brand new DVD in collaboration with the club and my testimonial year. It's the highlights of all my best ever T20 wickets. Amazing for Alan Donald to say he's enjoyed the DVD so much, and I'm sure we'll be able to sell a few copies here tonight, so let's get it in the shop. What do you mean no, you can't sell it? These will fly off the shelves, people will love this. It's only £9.99. Come on. All right, what if we did it for £4.99? Not at all. Oh, you don't do a good deal when you see one. Stuff you. Right guys, so we're on the ground now, and this is where things start to get serious. You can see the guys prepping over here. Jake Lintot's out having the ball. Craig Miles is starting to have a stretch. And this is when it starts to get exciting now. You know, crowd's filling up, music's on, weather's brilliant. Playing for the Norman Gifford Trophy, this is where you start getting a little bit excited, and we've got a great fixture ahead of tonight. You know, the Bears have done really well, they're up at the top of the table. I think Worcester are a little bit lower down, but you know, anything can happen on the night in T20 cricket, and this is a great fixture. It always is a great fixture, and I'm sure we've got some great cricket ahead of us. This will be good, won't it? This will be flat, do you think?
It'll be a beauty,
Yeah. Yeah. So the lads. Legends, how are you? Nice to see you. You good? You good? Good for cuddle. Okay. Legend, you well? Nice to see you. Oh, having you over. I've seen your dad. Did you? Your dad by the river. Yeah.
How you doing?
See you. Yeah, nice. Hello, legend. Well done last night. Nice to see you. Your hands are cold.
Yes.
Cold hands warm up.
Cold down here.
This wind's big wind, isn't it?
Yeah, bit breezy.
Makes that pocket small. It's freshy though, isn't it? Bit of green.
Fresh wicket, yeah.
Hopefully nibble.
Yeah.
Hopefully nibble for the Seabirds. Right, go well.
Comms today? What are you
Bit of comms. I've done a bit of filming with these guys. They've had me. They've had me like.
flogging you again?
They've had me climbing up the cathedral, mate. I've been filming there. I've been filming here. I've been filming on the river.
Warwickshire Rooster.
Yeah. Sexiest Warwickshire Bear has to do the filming. They need you at about 5th of Never. Do you know? You're in. Like my king. Go well, mate. Smash it, yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate
Enjoy it, mate. Fall
Thank
fast.
you.
Go well. Love ya. Right, come on, let's go. Should have called you for a lift, shouldn't I? Where off? Nice to see you, mate. You good? You good? You good?
See you, man.
Family here?
Not yet, but they will.
Oh, they're coming.
Will be
Okay.
all right. Happy birthday, mate.
You good? Yeah, nice to see you. Yeah, good.
We got that.
What are you playing for tonight? Big Norman gift dog. Shot Judy. That's what you...
Oh!
Hamza, you
I love it.
yourself,
I love it.
Who wants one? Who wants it?
Let's go. Jane, come on, Westy. You know you want to.
We're going to have a little expat braai this evening to celebrate. But no, it's been very special to sort of watch you on your journey, to share some of it, obviously at Durham Uni, and then joining us at the Bears. It's been very exciting. Probably the first time I saw you, I knew there was something special. So all the best, we back you, and excited to see what's
Yes, boy! Bri.
No, you let's go.
Straight in, man.
Bears.
Cheers, thank you. Cheers, guys. Cheers, thank you.
There you go, brother.
Cheers. Cheddar. Thank you. Thank you.
Big boy.
Hey, boy.
Congratulations, BD.
Oh, yeah, agree, mate.
Thank you.
Well done, legend.
Picture? Video?
No, video, hang on. You're too bright, hang on, there you go.
Is it reflecting off my screen? What are you getting in my face?
Oh, I'm heck.
It was, because I had it. Now my hairline's receding.
What are you doing with the dash?
You want a turkey?
You bet.
Yeah. Oops. Sorry. Don't put that on film. Stop filming. Pardon?
He's just giving the fans what they want.
Come on, you babe.
For the next one, he's pulled this one as well, and this is high in the air, but he could go here, and he has gone. Good catch, well judged there. Craig Moores coming in. He's got that one away again, but is it safe? Is it safe? It isn't. Oh, what a catch! That's a really good
Fantastic.
catch. Jacob Bethel tearing around the boundary, took the catch. He's getting the replay now. He takes the catch and he stays on.
Just get those runs, boys.
First wicket, Boothie.
Yeah, I'm shocked.
How good was that with the ball?
Very good. Obviously a few good shots early on from Worcester, but in particular the fielding. There were some great catches there, weren't there? I think as a whole bowling unit to restrict them to 155.7, I think we're very happy with that. It looks a good pitch to me, so I think we've probably restricted them to probably 20 below par there, so I think we're happy.
Happy, yeah, happy just, that'll be a happy just with you?
Yeah, I think that looks a good pitch to me. There's a hell of a breeze flying across the ground, so that side in particular looks hard to defend. It's quite a fast outfield as well. So yeah, I think we've restricted them to below par there. I think we'll be happy.
And he's out, first ball, bowled by Smith, skids through. Here's Taylor, well, this is in the air, and caught. Walsh, fine catch.
Well, obviously at 7 for 3 it was a little bit iffy. Some good bowling from Worcester first up, especially Smith at this end. He was very impressive, but Ian and Bethel have steadied the ship here, hoping that they can get the job done and knock off these remaining 83 runs off 10 overs. With 7 wickets left, we should be pretty confident here.
Got this away though. Some danger in the ladies' pavilion, I would imagine. Whole different game now. In fact, it looks like there's 6 of those straight down the ground.
Pinch to Bethel. Swings this one away. Another magnificent shot.
I don't know it. Who's that?
you know what a
Yeah, I know. I'm tired of just nerdling it.
You hit it.
Quick reaction, Sam?
No, not yet.
Get in.
You want mate?
We'll keep it really simple, really. A very.
I need some help here about.
Talk to me. Partnership record.
Is it a record? What was the record?
4th wicket partnership against almost all game. I mean, that was a pretty special innings. 7 for 3.
Yeah.
To win.
It's cool.
Talk us through it.
What do you want me to talk through? I'm trying to be serious.
Do you want to move round?
Yeah. So anyway, Jacob Bethel's really good at cricket. Yeah, Beth is very good at cricket.
Good win. The bowlers did brilliantly. Probably restricted them to 25 runs less than they should have done. And then to knock that off, 5 down, but that 150 run partnership from Hayne and Bethel was pretty special. To win from 7 for 3 is pretty good, that. And sort of Sam played how we all know he can, but for Bethel to play a really mature innings there as well. We all saw him the other night get 50 or 15 balls, but that was a different innings there, and he played it absolutely beautifully. So top win, winning from different positions is hopefully going to stand us in really good stead later on in the competition. And we've also got the Norman Gifford Trophy coming back up the M5. You Bears!
Hi mate, you alright? That's alright. Yeah.
So down here then on the boundary edge, and I'm joined here by the Bears captain Alex Davis. First of all, Alex, what happened there at the toss?
We lost it and we're bowling.
Okay, no problem at all. First of all, what's the team news for tonight?
Team news is I come in for Ed Barnard.
It's nice to have you back. Obviously, how is the finger, first of all?
Yeah, it's fine. Just got a knock on it last Friday at Yorkshire and just had a couple of games out, but back and ready to go now, yeah.
Mo and Ali coming back into the side. Obviously, his first game here at Edgbaston since last year. It must be brilliant to have him back in the side for you.
Yeah, we love having Mo back. Obviously, he brings a wealth of experience and obviously he's a gun player, so every game we get to have him is a bonus for us, and yeah, hopefully he puts a show on for the crowd tonight.
I was about to say that. 6 wins on the bounce. I mean, the atmosphere around the group must be absolutely brilliant right now.
Yeah, we're going well. Obviously, momentum's big in T20 cricket, but we just take every game, as it comes. And Worcester, tough opponents. They had a nice win last night, so hopefully we can stop their trend from rolling on.
Finally, obviously, win tonight gets you back into the quarterfinals. That must be such a huge motivation factor for the team tonight in front of what's going to be an absolutely brilliant crowd.
Yeah, of course. This is a fixture we look forward to the most every year. Obviously, big crowd, home against Worcester. But yeah, obviously we'll qualify if we win tonight, but we won't be happy with that. We want to win every game and finish top of the group.
Always appreciate you talking to us, Alex. Thank you.
Thanks, mate.
Thanks very much indeed. Alex Davis, they're telling us that Worcestershire have won the toss. They're going to bat first.
Hooray! We're going to have some cricket. This is exciting, isn't it? And it's actually quite bright now outside. Like, what a difference an hour makes, honestly. Great that we're going to get some action. It's going to be slightly reduced from what I understand. I think it's 17 overs a side now, although I'll confirm that for you shortly. But the Bears are on a great run. I've still got Ricardo Gordon alongside me. This is nice. The Birmingham weather redeeming itself. It was quite drizzly and grey, but it looks quite tidy out there. Yeah, the covers have come off as well. Everybody's had a nice little practice. We've had a toss as well. Worcestershire have won the toss. They've put the Bears into bowl first. Some people say put them into field. I say put them into bowled. I think it's better.
So Worcester have won the toss and
Worcester won the toss. Chosen to bat.
Yeah,
that's probably the better way to say it. Okay, fine. Yeah, that's the better way to say it for sure. But yeah, no, it's going to be great fun. I mean, this is despite the fact that they're going to be bowling first. I feel like it's not the worst thing in the world. Slightly overcast, a bit of grey cloud around. It might not be the worst thing for the Bears to have a bowl first.
No, not at all. When you've been sat in the clubhouse for delayed start, you want to get the energies flowing and get the juices pumping. So that's the best thing at time. Get out there, get the fielding done, be out there as a unit, and then put Worcester under a little bit of pressure. You've won the toss. You've chosen to bring the game to us. Let's see how you get on.
And they're on a great run. They're on a run of 6 wins in a row right now at Birmingham Bears, feeling really good, I'm sure, feeling very positive, and a very strong team, which I will bring you in a moment. But they just got to be feeling really good about making it 7-7.
Yeah, and that's why fielding first at times is the best thing. When you've been sat in the clubhouse or the pavilion for the last probably an hour, you just got out there, got your warm-ups done. It's always good when you get out there as a team.
Yeah.
As a team, when you are playing well, you want to do the team thing first.
You got to shift that lactic acid.
Yeah. So
get the stretches going, like proper ones. Get the stretch going. I won't do that. This might fall over.
When you field well, when you field first, it really puts the opposition on the back foot. You can't really, it's hard to lose the game fielding first.
This is it, right? And then it's also it's the trend in sort of modern T20 cricket is to chase, right? You want to kind of know what you're working with exactly. Yeah. You can pace your innings, that kind of thing, and it will work to their advantage. Let's have a look at that Bears team. It's a stacked team again, with just the one major change, which if you were watching the toss, you'll probably already know exactly what that change is. I'm just going to make sure we've got it ready to go for you. Our team for the Bears today. Here we go. Right, there we go. Starting things off at the top. He's back after one game out. He's back to reclaim the captaincy. It's Alex Davies starting things off for the Bears. And alongside him is going to be the man who was very, very impressive in that big win against the Nottinghamshire Outlaws. That is Rob Yates, so aggressive at the top. And then in at number 3, it's only Mr. Birmingham himself, England star, Moeen Ali, back in the house that he built. Great to have him back in the side today. And alongside him, at number 4, you're going to have Sam Hain, who's been back in form. Ricardo talked about it a little bit earlier. Looking good again, looking like his old self again. We love to see it. In at 5, we're going to have Danger Mouse himself, Dan Mousley. He's one of our favourites, obviously, here on Beard and TV. Great cricketer. My mum and dad got a cheeky photo with him last time, which was it was fun for them, I'm sure. And then Jacob Bethel in to do the big hits down the bottom. He was very impressive the last time we were on Beard and TV, hitting 3 massive sixes to finish off an innings. Brilliant batter to have down the order. And then Chris Benjamin, very similar, looking for that kind of form himself, really. He's a finisher, he's a big hitter, he's played all over the world, and he's back in the Bears team today. And then following that, it's going to be the Talbots player of the match from the last game, George Garton. A couple of wickets for him, leading that attack. I mean, that player of the match award could have gone to anybody, really, just because everybody got wickets, but George Garton was the man. And then we're going to have Zach Folks. Very excited to see him back in action as well today, Zach. Very impressive and a very brief appearance in the previous game. And then Danny Briggs, who's got no weight of captaincy today. Today he can just chill out and have a bowl. That's all you got to do, Danny. No need to make any calls on the field. Just have a little arm turnover. And on the subject of turning your arm over, you got Jake Lintott rounding out the 11 for the Bears. So that's a very exciting lineup for the Birmingham Bears against the Worcestershire Rapids today. It's that's a great team. I'm going to say it's an outstanding team. What do you think, Ricardo?
Very strong team. Jake batting at number 11. Very, very strong team. Great experience. Good bit of power down in the middle order as well. So top
Yeah, it really is. It's going to be very, very exciting stuff. The match is going to get underway in just over about 10 minutes or so, so it gives us all a bit of a time to have a chat. Actually, somebody very exciting has just walked into the studio. We're going to get him in right now.
Hello.
Here he is. It's the big man himself. It's Ollie Hannon Dolby. How are you, sir? Good to see you. I'm going to get you to share that mic. Well, you guys could share like an ice cream cone. Right, actually, you probably wouldn't share an ice cream cone, would you? Or maybe you would.
Thank you.
How are you? How are you doing, OHD?
Nice to be here.
Yeah, how's things? We were watching footage of you from the last Derby day. Just having a day out at Worcester. What was that like?
It was a good day out. A little insight into travelling down the M5 with a very, very boring human being. me myself. But yeah, Derby days are always a great occasion. The Worcester game, in particular at Worcester, I can't remember ever playing a game at Worcester at T20 that wasn't glorious sunshine.
Yeah,
it's always cracking the flags when we play Worcester at Worcester. Unfortunately, tonight we've had a bit of drizzle here, but the ground staff have done a great job, and we're going to get on. I think it's a 17.
Yeah, 17 over the side. But I'm curious to get your thoughts on these, because we reckon it's not the greatest decision from Worcester necessarily to have a bat on this first, especially it's overcast. Bears so good at chasing. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it might be slightly used. Is it? Oh no, it looks fresh here. Oh, I've no idea. They're obviously thinking.
Whatever they're thinking.
Yeah, they're going to think. Whatever they're thinking. They might think it's spin later on. I'm not too sure, but I don't think the
whatever
Bears,
they back themselves to do first.
I don't think the Bears will be that disappointed bowling. Like I say,
yeah.
Like you say, it's overcast. Hopefully, swing around a bit.
Yeah.
Who knows? And we know we've got a plethora of spinners that we can call upon. That hopefully do a great job through the middle.
Everybody's been taking wickets recently. That last game, I mean, George Garton was the player of the match. We can take a little look at his exploits in that last game right now as well. But, I mean, it's great to see from a Bears perspective. 7 bowlers used, Ollie, in that last game against Nottinghamshire, and everybody got a wicket. Everybody got at least 1 wicket. I mean, George took the player of the match award, but everybody chipped in. That's what you want, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think that's a great look. I mean, Alex Davies is very lucky at the moment. He's captain of this attack, and to have all bases covered, to think, batter's coming in, I can spin it this, I can have a bowler who spins it this way, I can have a seamer who swings it that way, I can have a seamer who swings it the other way. There are a lot of bases covered at the moment, and so as a bowler you're probably thinking, I'm probably not going to bowl all my 4 overs every game, unless you Danny Briggs and Jake Lintott seem to do through the middle, and we all know how good they are through the middle. But to have all bases covered, to have lots of different options, at the start, at the end, through the middle is exactly what you want as a captain. So I think Dave's got a nice job there. It's probably difficult at times to pick who he's going to bowl, because I think there's that many options. It can probably be quite difficult at times.
Is Danny going to be chilling today? No captaincy worries for him?
Yeah, I think he'll be just a very happy man that he just gets to concentrate on his own bowling.
He can just relax. How about you? I haven't seen you for a while. Hold on. Let me just hold on. How are you doing, mate? How are you? How's things in OHD world?
I'm absolutely great, thank you.
Yeah.
In fact, how long ago was it now? Maybe 2-3 weeks ago. We had a brilliant reunion here for. I can't remember what game was it for. It was a T20 game, wasn't it? But I can't remember who was playing. Was it Durham? Can't remember. Anyway, we had a reunion for. It's been 10 years since we won the winners of the T20 Blast in 2014. So it was myself, Ricardo, Jeet Patel, Boyd Rankin, Josh Poyser, various other players from 10 years ago.
What a team!
And it was great to catch up, have a chat with them, and then get down on the pitch and have a bit of a photo together. But it's crazy that it's 10 years since we won it.
Well, it's looking good. I mean, I don't want to jinx anything, but top of the table at the moment. If this was the Football Premier League, they'd be giving you the title by now. But it's not, obviously. It's looking good for a quarter-final.
Yeah, hopefully we win tonight. We're through to quarters, and obviously the quarter-finals can be sticky at times. You can obviously come and get very good teams. We'll be playing someone from the Southern Division, hopefully. Get through that, and then just want to get to finals day, really. Finals day on home soil. Me and Flash were lucky. I think we came to a couple, didn't we?
Yeah.
And there are great occasions, even if you don't win the brilliant occasions. So that's exactly what you want. We were lucky. We played in a T20 side that was pretty good, and we won it here. But I look at this side now, and I see George Gartenbull, for example, is 90 miles an hour, and I think he is 3 times the bowler I was or have been. So
quite a good bit of depth.
Yeah, there's some great. This team. What I'm trying to say is this team is exceptional, and we should be at finals day. We should be looking to win this competition.
Being very modest as well, OHD. You're enjoying your benefit year as well this year.
Yeah, it's going okay. Yeah, it's going okay.
Testimonial, yeah. Sorry.
Testimonial, yeah. It's going really well. Got some good events. Raising some money for some brilliant charities. Actually doing a charity day today. there's a website up, and I think there's a text number that's going to be sent around, and all money raised today is going straight to Cure Leukemia and the PCA Trust, which is great. The two brilliant charities do great work, both for professional cricketers and leukemia is a horrific disease, and Cure Leukemia is just up the road, and there's some brilliant work in and around the West Midlands. So yeah, all the money raised tonight will go straight to those brilliant charities. If I could remember the number you meant to text the word, I think it is text Oliver24 to 70970.
Wow!
And that sends a £5.
That's amazing.
To those two charities.
That you can remember that. That's mind blowing.
Yeah,
but just in case, Google it to be safe, everybody, or use whatever search engine. I'm not on the BBC right now. I don't have to do that thing.
No.
Other search engines are available, apparently. But yeah, no. Listen, that's wonderful. I'm glad that's going well. And thank you for reminding me that sometimes we call him Flash Gordon as well. I completely forgot that is your nickname, Recorder.
Did I keep calling you Flash? Sorry, yeah, Flash Gordon.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So, by the way, that number is on the screen right now. If you want to support, as Ollie says, leukemia is like a horrific illness. And, if you can do what you can, if you text that number, you make an immediate £5 donation to the cause. So please do that if you're able to. Let's come back to today's game. Big game. We just talked about the team, Recordo and I. We reckon this is one of the strongest teams. You've talked about some of the strong players in there. They've just come off the back of absolutely decimating the Nottinghamshire Outlaws. I'm very sorry, Outlaws fans. I know it's not the most fun thing to hear, but they knocked off the runs in 6 overs.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I was watching from home. I wasn't there at Notts, and the bowling performance. It looked a bit of a sticky pitch. Looked like it was spinning a bit. The bowling performance was, absolutely exceptional. But then to go out and knock it off, like say in 5 overs. Was a pretty outstanding performance. So
and 6 on the bounce now.
Yeah. So like you mentioned, that the team's in a great place. There's a lot of bases covered with both bat and ball. Played a really aggressive brand of T20 cricket. So they're an exciting team to watch, and hopefully another win tonight, albeit in a bit of a shortened game, and we'll through to that quarter final.
Do you reckon it does any sort of advantage, disadvantage to being a shorter game, Recorder? Do you think?
No, I think it probably suits us best. I think. With the amount of power that we have in the middle, you're going to really have to take wickets to really push us back, I think.
Gentlemen, it's been a pleasure, as always. I'm looking forward to your company today and listening to you both on commentary. It's going to be a lot of fun. You want to be staying tuned into these guys. And also the man I'm about to throw to, the very handsome, the devilishly handsome, the debonair, the very stylish, Mr. Adam Bridge.
Welcome to Edgbaston for our favourite night of the year. It's a Friday night, of course, and it's the time when our local rivals, the Bears, come to town. The Bears against the Pears, or the Rapids as they like to be known. The flag bearers are out after our slight delay. We are almost ready to go. 17 overs per side. The toss has been won by the Worcestershire Rapids. They have chosen to bat first. The good news, the rain appears to be long gone. We have a little bit of blue sky. There are a few more dark clouds above us, but it looks set fair, and we're almost ready to go. Hopper's out the way, and we await the arrival of the two teams. Confirmation that the Bears team used. There is one change as things stand, and that's Alex Davis returns, and he replaces Ed Barnard, who doesn't face his former side, of course. A couple of changes as well for the Rapids from last night. Nathan Smith and Rob Jones are in for D'Oliveira, and also Darley, who played yesterday evening as well. They got their first win for a while against Leicestershire by 16 runs yesterday evening, and you may recall they haven't been victorious against the Bears since June 2022. We await the Pyros. Marie Kelly, women's captain, is alongside me. How excited! These are the best nights, aren't they?
It feels like proper T20 cricket is back. What I used to come to Edgbaston for on a Friday night, Bears v Pears. Lots of people, lots of noise. I'm excited for a good game of cricket.
Yeah, it should be a cracker, shouldn't it? Always is plenty of entertainment. Aaron's here as well on the far side to guide us through everything statistical. And the key thing about statistics, of course, is they are very much in the Bears' favour in this instance, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. Overall victories here at Edgbaston. It is quite tight between the two sides. It's currently 10-9 in favour of the Bears, but as you both said, these are the nights that you live for, aren't they?
Absolutely.
Especially as a cricket fan in this part of the world. Bears versus Pears does not get any better.
An interesting choice for Rapids to choose to bowl first,
Yes,
based
it
on the
was.
stats that you've uncovered.
It was, yeah. We were looking at this before the broadcast started. Yeah, out of 17 matches, the Pears have only won 6 of them when batting second. So it is a bold move, to be honest, to come to Edgbaston, a ground which historically they haven't done great at in recent seasons, and to do that especially when there's been rain around as well. So an intriguing choice.
Yeah, a bit
from
of
the
cloud
Bears.
cover as well. I thought the ball would probably do a bit early, but the pitch does look like an absolute belter, so don't know if that's in their heads, but we'll see how it goes. Maybe we'll be proving that we know nothing at all up here.
We've got a very good lineup tonight. Obviously, Ricardo Gordon will be joining us, as will Ollie Hannon-Dolby as well. So a proper decent group to see us through what should be an enthralling night. Graham Lloyd is leading out the 2 umpires. Surindaran Shamugam is the other umpire as well. It's been a tricky evening for them so far, of course, with that shower that arrived around about, just after 5 o'clock, 5:15ish. And off go the fireworks, because you need fireworks on a night tonight. About 12,000 tickets were sold in advance. There'll be some walk-ups tonight, I'm sure, as well. The Hollies is filling up away to our right-hand side as well, as the smoke fills the air. The Bears are out and ready to go, and it is Worcester who make their way to the middle, and the 2 batters, Ed Pollock and Kashif Ali, someone you know a fair bit about, Marie.
I do, yeah. So Kashif actually lived with me for a while whilst he was trialling around the country. He's having a few trials at Worcestershire and didn't really have anywhere to live, so myself and my partner Tom took him in for a while, and he's the first graduate of the South Asian Cricket Academy, so we're very proud of Kashif and his work ethic and everything that he's put in towards being a pro cricketer, and his results have paid off massively on the pitch.
But more importantly, did he keep a tidy bedroom?
He did, of course he did. He was very scared of my dog initially, but by the end they were best mates, and he said the other day that he does miss the dog as well.
Oh, well, there we go. He's going to be opening up. It's been a hickledy-pickledy order throughout the campaign for the Worcestershire Rapids in terms of their batting lineup and often their bowling lineup as well. It's not been the most successful of campaigns for them.
No, and new role, well, not a new role, an old role for Pollock opening the batting, isn't it? He's come back to it now.
Well, he's been coming in at 9 recently, and he'll face the first ball from Zachary Fawkes. So the one change you'll notice is that Chris Benjamin is keeping wicket. That hand injury to Alex Davis, probably not worth risking him having the gloves. So he's back and able to hold a bat. However, he will not be behind the stumps. That'll be Chris Benjamin. Zachary Fawkes, of course, on his home debut.
Yeah, he is. Very excited to watch Zach in action tonight. He's been playing up in the Liverpool and District Prem for Lytham CC as he comes into bowl here to Pollock.
Pollock's gone! Second ball. He's out. Good catch taken by Sam Hain. And Fawkes strikes, and the former Bear is on his way. Ed Pollock is gone for naught. Second ball, and the Rapids are 0 for 1.
I've been there as a batter many times when your role is to go and be aggressive, and it's never good being 0 for 2. You're just so disappointed. I do feel for Pollock there as he traipses off. Ball was probably there to be put away and he didn't quite get a hold of it, but Bears striking early. They'll be thrilled to get Pollock out early. He can be destructive, but they'll be thrilled to get an early wicket here.
It's been tricky for him this campaign as well, as we mentioned. I think he feels he should be batting at 1 or 5. He's been batting down at 9 sometimes, 7.
There's not much you can do from there really, and you want that consistency of a role.
So he got his chance tonight, but it's not lasted very long, and it's the perfect start for Zach Fawkes from that Birmingham end for the Birmingham Bears. Josh Cobb is the new batter, and we have only just begun this 17 over side, and it's 5 overs in the power play. So slightly shortened as Fawkes is in again, and Cobb comfortably plays forward, of course. He's on a white ball only contract for the side from New Road, but it's the perfect start for the Bears. But Cobb again, another one of those experienced bowlers and batsmen, of course, in this form of the game.
Yeah, absolutely, very experienced player. Good signing for for the Rapids. They probably just need a little bit of experience and something to strengthen the batting side, as Cobb will look to do.
Just angles that one away. It's just going to be a single though. Bethel's on the boundary rope. He was having such a tremendous season, of course, and he very much enjoyed his trip to New Road, as did we all if you've been on the YouTube channel and you've checked out OHD's diary from his day out in New Road. It's well worth 18 minutes of your time, believe me.
I haven't actually seen that. I might have to go and have a watch.
He's quite comedic at times, you know.
Bethel or OHD?
No, OHD. Oh yeah, Bethel's quite funny, but OHD, I think, it's got the comedy.
Funny, it's like a dry sense of humour, isn't it?
It's something about tall men, isn't it? Who's that other guy that was in the office? Stephen these tall men just have humour all about them. Oh, that's a beauty. That's an absolute jaffer from Fawkes, and he beats Kashifali. All ends up.
It was a good leave in the end, wasn't it? Slightly biased towards Kashif.
Look, you said earlier on you mothered him. You can't look. You got to take the apron strings and cut him away.
Look, we'll just say that was a glorious leave. He looked so in control. It was fine. It's all fine. He's still there.
He did obviously have a terrific start to the championship season. A real starlet in the making. 1 for 1, last ball of the first over. And he'll get himself off the mark. And it's going to be the end of an excellent over from Zach Fawkes. His first here at Edgbaston.
Yeah, we're very happy with that. Two off the over. Two off the over in a 17-over game. Very happy with that.
2 for 1 will do. And again, 17 overs, pressure on. George Garton will take the new ball from this pavilion end. He's someone else who's had a pretty decent couple of weeks. Very impressive, of course, against Notts. I know, obviously, word is out about your contract with the Blaze, so Notts are going to be your family going forward. But
yeah, we actually did a lap of honour at that game to celebrate our Charlotte Edwards Cup trophy win before the game, thankfully, and then we watched the misery unfold from the Nottingham side. I was not too disheartened by the result.
At least the people of Trent Bridge have got something to celebrate.
Exactly.
There's not a lot else going right for them right now.
No, and they do love us because of that. The members get behind us because we have provided them with a trophy and a final stay last year as well. So they are happy with our success rate.
Yeah, they've been a bit of a disaster in the blast so far this campaign, but it's not been a good one for the Rapids either. They had lost their last 4, as we say, against the Bears. Last one was June 2022, and they'd lost their last 4 in this competition prior to the victory against Leicester last night. So they're looking for back-to-back wins. Garton's been carted away, and there's enough on that for 6. Terrific shot from Kashifali. It was short from Garton, and it probably got the treatment it deserved.
Absolutely, it's one thing Kashif is very good at, is picking up a short ball, and he's got very, very quick hands. He has his hands starting up quite high, so he's very good at jumping on that short ball. And he's recently just changed to Gray Nichols as well, and the bats have been sounding pretty good.
Got 41 last night, so it was in fairly decent nick. Bit of sawdust needed for George Garton. Is that what these fast bowlers do sometimes when they bowled a bit of a duffer?
Yeah,
my foot slipped, quick.
There is the classic, isn't there? The kind of look back down at the popping crease whenever there's a bad ball bowled. Maybe a reason, not sure. He has actually gone to the effort of getting sawdust, so that would be quite a lot of effort for that if it wasn't true.
It's a bit like you batters when you miss one and you come down and you start prodding
the
pitch, isn't it? That imaginary lump that ball hit, which meant you were miles away from it.
It's just absolutely just flown off the seam. Yeah. Now we all do it.
8 for 1, the Rapids then. Third ball of the second over in this shortened 17-over-a-side game, and that's a wide.
Yeah, actually, to be fair to him, Garton did look like he slipped then. A little bit of a look back again. I think you can always tell when they finish up as well, when they finish on the crease or onto the one next, and he definitely didn't look balanced then at the crease.
Very much it's a dangerous business us saying anything about fast bowlers, bearing in mind that Recordo and OHD are going to be in your chair later. So
yeah, look, they're not in the room right now, so we can say it all.
Temper it slightly. Oh, that's a high ball, and surely that's close to being a no ball, is it?
And it's not given.
Well, he looks to Graham Lloyd. He did look over. Did Sunindaran Shanmugam to Graham Lloyd. Looked quite high to me.
That did, and I reckon that's one of those that if that had been skied and been caught, it's probably given a no ball straight away. But because he's actually defended it and played it very well, Garton's got away with it.
Good to see Mo out there as well, just tapping down a bit of the sawdust. His first game, of course, in this competition against Worcester, his former club, as that one's angled away, and it's going to go all the way to the ropes for 4. Run off the bat by Kashi Fali.
That was absolutely raced away, isn't it? It looked like he just touched that into the gap. I thought it was just a 1.
It was quite bizarre because the rain wasn't that heavy, but there was so much of it on the covers, but it's probably added to a bit of a greasy surface out there.
Yeah, sometimes when it's kind of flat outfield like this, a little bit of grease on it can just help the ball kiss on. Sometimes it holds it up, and it's hard to tell what it's going to be, but that certainly has flown away.
Not the world's longest boundary either, you would say.
No, definitely not.
Pulled away again on the leg side this time, a little bit shorter than the last one, so it's gone slightly straighter, but it's another boundary. It's back-to-back boundaries for Kashi Valley. He's on to 15, and the Rapids on to 17 for 1 with 1 ball remaining in the second over.
Yeah, Garton kicking the floor there. He's just not been consistent with his line and length. You can see he's struggling for that consistency. Maybe the sort of that he definitely didn't slip on that one, did he? You can't blame that for that one. Not looking too happy there. There you go. We've seen a change in field now. So Cal's gone out to protect the over. Covers come up to point.
Yeah, Lintott goes out to the boundary. Last ball of the over, and then he fires it wide on the full toss outside the off stump, and there's no run off the last ball of the over. 17 for 1 then at the end of 2. A bit of a tough over for George Garton. Interesting to see now when you've got 17. Fulks looks like he's going to bowl another.
Yeah, you definitely bring Fulks back on here. Bowling very well, but 15 off that over is just kind of taking the pressure off the Rapids a little bit there, or quite a lot there really, after that fantastic over by Fulks.
For anyone who's not aware, where did the Bears pick him up from? He's been playing
for Lytham, up by Blackpool. Yeah, Stephen Croft's club up in the northwest. He's a very, very talented prospect. I must say, I do watch a lot of New Zealand domestic cricket. So in the Super Smash, he took 14 wickets, I think, for the Canterbury Kings, and hopefully he can take a wicket here.
Cobbs has gone and driven him straight back down the ground. It was a slower ball, and it's driven perfectly for 4.
What were you just saying, Aaron?
I'm going to shut up for a bit.
It was a slow ball. It looked like a slower ball, I think, or wherever it was. It just sat up nicely for Cobb.
Yeah, it certainly did.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it?
Certainly was. Really good shot from Josh Cobb. As we said, very experienced. Knows about coming in early after early loss of wickets and how to pace an innings. Slightly different, of course, with the 3 overs less to bat, and that's a terrific shot. Carved away for 4 with some real power from Josh Cobb. The flamethrowers are off again, and it's another boundary.
Yeah, it's very nice from those two at the minute. I think they both took a couple of balls just to get a feel for the wicket, get a feel for the bowlers, and then now they've both been very aggressive, and from 2 for 1 off the first over to now 25 for 1 with still 4 deliveries left in this over, they've put themselves in a much better position.
It's been a bit of a tough one for the Bears, hasn't it, through this campaign in terms of quick bowlers, because we sat at the start going, look at the plethora they've got, but yes, injury after injury and niggle after niggle, and they've had to rely on Fulks, who's obviously not doing a bad job. That's up in the air, could get his second wicket here, but no, just over the top of Sam Hain, who was tracking it all the way but couldn't quite pick it up and get himself set, and it'll be 2 more to the Rapids total.
I think Hain thought that was going a lot further than it actually did, and I think set off slightly in the wrong direction. It's always going to be tough with the clouds in the skies. It's probably windy out there, can't obviously see that from up here, but I don't think he quite saw that early enough from where it actually was, but it wasn't actually that far away in the end, was it?
Now will Fulks respond again? Just run down by Cobb and misfielded by Danny Briggs, not like him at the edge of the circle, and that'll just be 1 more to the total. 28 for 1. Good recovery here, having lost a wicket with the second ball of the innings. These two ticking along very nicely. 28 for 1.
I think they're showing just how good a pitch it is. It just looks like an absolute beauty to bat on, doesn't it?
Yeah, you did say that as soon as you sat down. Even saw
I was
it.
like,
You were
wow, that pitch looks good.
It's a fresh one, and it's an absolute cracker. Fulks just strikes him on the pad. Kashi Fali this time, and that'll be a leg bye to the total.
Yeah, he'll be annoyed that he missed out on that one. That's kind of his area there, that kind of length on middle and leg that he picks up so well to a vacant cow corner region. I'm sure both batters will be eyeing that up early in the power play. Look straight, and then if your bottom hand takes it with you to cow, then happy days.
12 off the over so far for the Rapids. Last ball to come of over 3 of 17. That's going to be a no ball. Really dug that in. I'm not sure on this wicket you need to dig it in quite that much.
No, you probably don't need to go that short with it, and it went down the leg side as well, so if it weren't for the height it probably would have been given a wide as well.
Did that even pitch in the batsman's half? I don't think it did. It was that short. It looked not far past where Josh Cobb where Kashi Fali had already set himself out to follow up, but that's what he just does this time. It's a straight ball that's driven. Moeen Ali will do the fielding, and that completes the third over with the scores 32 for 1.
I do always find it interesting as seamers that you will never know how much is going to bounce, or how to perfect that bouncer of that. And in such a fast-paced game like T20 cricket, you have to get that bouncer completely right, because if you go sort of chest height, it's going for 6. If you go over, it's a no ball. And I always do think it must be so difficult, having not actually bowled on the wicket, to know what kind of where to pitch it, how quickly you need to go into it. And obviously you bowl on the wickets next to it before the game, but they're not new fresh wickets, so you just haven't really got that idea. And I do think it's quite a tough ask for the bowlers to get that right first up.
Well, we saw that with George Garden, didn't it? His short balls were well and truly dispatched in terms of where he dropped them into. We're going to see what Dan Mousey's got to offer here. There'll be no short balls here. That much I can promise you.
He's got the pace for it, hasn't he? Jeez.
He has. Fired it. I did see him downstairs earlier, and I said he was off to net, and I just said, we haven't seen you upstairs post-match yet this season. He said, don't you worry. This is my game. I'll be up there tonight. I did then rib him a little bit about the fact that Jacob's stolen a bit of the limelight, but he's fine with that. He's absolutely fine with that.
There was that game last time, wasn't there, where both of them were in with a shout, and they kept going at it. One would get a wicket, then Bethel would come in and get another wicket. And
he also did say that batsmen are playing him differently this year. So they've seen what he's got to offer, and again, that's the challenge, isn't it? It's him now to just work on what he's got, and he maybe has worked on it with the first ball. No. Big shout from Benjamin behind the stumps.
That was rapid.
And from Dan. He wasn't messing around there, was he?
Straight in, fire it in. I think, like you say, people often get wickets quite a lot when batters try and attack them, and then when they realise he's a threat, start to defend him a little bit more.
It's a good shot. Oh, almost caught though, but he's going to get 4 for it. I don't think that's going to be enough to slow the ball down. The hands that were on it in the end, and it's 4 more to the total. 4 more to Josh Cobb, who's on to 17.
Yeah, both batters striking very nicely here. I think Cobb at 170, Kashif 180 strike rate there, so they'll be very, very happy with that, and putting the pressure back on the Birmingham Bears bowlers.
A bit short from Mousey, that one, just going to be a single. Has Cash got just Cash on the back of his shirt? Is that what he's...
Yeah, I think so. His nickname's Cash, and then obviously I think when there's a lot of alleys around, so he probably just likes to have his name Cash on the front.
Talking of Cash, I hope he paid you good rent while he was staying in your spare room. Oh, that's a beauty. Absolute beauty. He's done him all ends up there.
Well, the life of a trialist, as I now know from Kashif and a few of the other guys in the Saka programme, is very, very tough, so we did him a very good deal. Nice rate to help him out, because he was going all around the country.
Good deal on bed and breakfast, that's what we like. Is that open to everyone? Are you on Airbnb? No?
It's taken now, unfortunately. But who knows? When I move to Nottingham, maybe.
One more ball to come in this 4th over. 38 for 1. Kashif Ali is on 16. Josh Cobb on 18 and on strike. Just 6 off the over. Right in the block hole and defended. And there's no run. That's actually a decent comeback given the last couple of overs, isn't it?
And that's what you can do with Mazza. That's what he brings to this team, is any time the team is in a little bit of trouble, pressure's coming on to them, they get Mousey on, and he's quick through the over, but he's no nonsense, gets on with it, often gets a wicket as well, and just takes the stress back off the players. And you need players like that in the team that a captain can rely on.
They've got a really nice balance, haven't they, this time round? It does feel that the team is well balanced on every level. Every department feels like it knows its job, and actually they're all contributing when they need to.
Yeah, absolutely. as Briggs comes in here.
Struck on the pad, but going to be swept by Kashi Fali. And it would have been swept with some style because he certainly gave that everything.
Yeah, I think that was going very big if he'd connected. But there is a man out there.
Briggs with 16 wickets to his name already this season. Well, he did go big and connected with the second one. 6 runs.
Taken in the crowd. Off the deflection, off the top of the West Stand.
I was going to say, that took a while to be caught, so I'm assuming it's hit something en route.
Yeah, it hit the top of the stands and then bounced down into is that the family stand down there for someone to catch it.
Yeah, you two have a slightly better view. Mine's a little bit obscured as to where that went, but he certainly gave that plenty. And Danny Briggs, as ever, we can always say it, Aaron, he's in the top 5 of the wicket takers for the Blast, both north and south, but he's the leader in the north, isn't he?
He is, yeah. Leading wicket taker in the North Group, 17 wickets and the economy rate of 5.87. Absolutely outstanding.
Can't argue with that. He's in again and no run this time. Good response.
Yeah, that's well bowled. Just took a little bit of pace off that. Very clever bowler, and that's exactly what you got in this team, like you were just saying. So many different roles, but everyone seems to play it very well, but they seem very adaptable as well. I think they prefer to go seam in the power play and then spin through the middle, but if they have to change it like they have done today, they're able to do it.
Briggs in again, swept, and he's got enough of that to send it for 4 past the fielder. Impressive stuff from Kashi Fali. Takes Worcester up to 48 for 1.
Yeah, I'd like to see what line that was. It looked like a bit, not an inside edge, but certainly inside half of the bat. Whether he's kind of swept that on line or dragged it round.
He seems to be sweeping with such intent, though. If you do get an edge, you're still going to get the power to get it to the rope.
Yeah, you can. I feel like you make your own luck as a batter, don't you? And if you swing hard, you often get the reward.
2 balls remaining in this 5th over. Comes down the ground, just short. Well, for a moment, you thought Lintop was in the game there.
Yeah.
I think Kashi Fali's heart would have been in his mouth.
I think he thought he was gone there as well. You could see him just look up and think, oh no. I thought he'd hold out, but hadn't quite got enough of it.
Josh Cobb, 18 from 12 deliveries so far. Inside edge for him. They're going to race through for a single, and Benjamin takes what is quite a wild throw.
Yeah, I think if that throw was on target, Kashif might have been in trouble there.
What's quite amusing is it's the captain and usual wicketkeeper who made the throw. Brings up the 50 for the Rapids at the end of the 5th over. Not the best of throws to Chris Benjamin. I'm sure if Alex Davis had received one of those, he wouldn't be too happy. So 50 for 1 with 5 overs gone in the power play. And this is one of those balmy moments in cricket. The power play is 5.1 overs.
Is it?
So
They've not gone.
There's going to be one more ball of the power play,
And then they can change.
and then they will be able to change the field. And the applause you can hear, because just announced to the crowd, is the fact that Moeen Ali is going to come on and bowl for the Birmingham Bears against his former club, the Worcestershire Rapids. Great to have Mo back in the shirt.
It is, it's brilliant, isn't it? A son of Birmingham, a son of the second city, and it's just wonderful to have an international quality player back in the ranks of the Bears. This is a fantastic moment.
From the pavilion end, he's in. It'll be a single off the last ball of the power play. And at this point, I expect our umpire to make the signal. And there the Daffabet power play score then, 5.1 overs, it's 51 for 1. So a decent response coming from the Rapids, considering at the end of that first over, they were 2 for 1 after an excellent opening from Zachary Fulks. So now the fielding restrictions are relaxed, the fielders can go out, and Moeen Ali will continue. Full toss again, of course.
Got away with that one. I think full tosses are actually one of the better balls to bowl sometimes.
Well, he's obviously been in terrific, I say terrific form, but he's certainly played a lot of cricket in this format, obviously out in the States and in the West Indies primarily for England during the T20 World Cup. Prior to that, of course, he was doing some stuff in the IPL too, so well versed and well experienced in this form of the game, and that's gone all the way to the ropes for 4 more.
That was an excellent shot by Cobbs, just piercing the gap between extra and long off, kind of rolled his wrist on it, keeping it down. That was a very, very nice shot.
Well, we talked about the decision that they made to put themselves into bat when they won the toss. I mean, the wet ball could be one of the things. We've just seen Mo there just trying to grip it properly as Cobb puts that up in the air and he's gone! Catch is taken. And Josh Cobb is away, and Moeen Ali strikes. And the Bears have their second wicket. Just what you want. Catch taken that time, I think, by Rob Yates. 56 for 2 then. Cobb's on his way for 24. And the Bears strike a second time.
And that's what having someone like Moeen Ali in your side does, brings in that international experience and gets the breakthrough moments when you need it. But I think credit to Cobb, he played a good role there, got them back out of the power play from a pretty disastrous start by the Rapids. But he must depart.
He will do, and the new batter is one who also fairly familiar to Bears supporters. It is Adam Hose, of course. Scored that 110 against the Rapids here in 2022. He's in decent nick as well. Got a 63 last night against Leicester, didn't he?
He did. He's also Worcestershire's leading run scorer in this season's T20 Blast with 282 runs at 28.2. So this is a massive wicket for the Bears to try and get, and what a man to try and get it. Moeen Ali, fantastic start to life in his first Bears versus Pears derby in a Bears shirt.
Indeed, and it started quite well. 1 for 6 then, 4 balls gone in the over, 2 to come. 56 for 2 is the score, and it's just played out by Hose. That will be a single. I always enjoyed watching him bat when he was in a slightly different colour blue.
I know, sad to see him go. He always played a good role, but you got to do what you got to do as a player.
Well, that desire to play red ball, I think, was probably the driver behind it, wasn't it? So 57 for 2, last ball of Moeen Ali's first over, and the last ball of Marie's little stint with us for the moment. She's going to depart in a moment or two, and it's as they run another single. So 8 from Mo's over, 58 for 2. Hose is on 1, Kashif Ali's on 29.
Yeah, before I go, Ollie Hannah-Dalby, I'm a bit biased towards Kashif, so you're only allowed to speak good things about him. Okay.
There we go. Marie calling the shots as ever, as I'm sure she did when Cash was in her spare room, for sure. 58 for 2 then after 6 overs, so 11 overs to go, and we just need to extend the headphones a little bit just because of the sheer length of the man coming in alongside us.
Hello. How are we?
Good. How are you?
Yeah, very good, thanks. Could do with it. Well, it's nice that we got that wicket just at the end, or just out of the power play there. Cobbs can be a very dangerous player.
He can. Briggsy's back in from the Birmingham end, and that's a decent bit of sliding around the boundary rope on this near side.
Yeah, perhaps an indication though of just how greasy it might be out there. George getting out there slid probably 10 yards further than he'd be expecting to on a dry outfield, so it clearly is a bit greasy from that rain we had earlier, which can affect the ball, can affect how you grip it. It's difficult to field when it's greasy like that. So
you were out there earlier. It didn't seem to be raining that hard, did it? But
well, to quote the great Peter Kay, it's that fine rain that soaks you through. Yeah, it was just that light drizzle that just, I don't even think it was forecasted, was it? So it just hung around for a bit too long.
And obviously you get it about 10 minutes before the rest of us.
Yes, that's right. Thank you very much. Yeah. And I've now got the early warning system because I don't have so much hair anymore. So yeah.
We did enjoy your trip to Worcester for the first of the derby.
Thank you.
Very good.
Bordered slightly on Alan Partridge at stages, I did think, but it was fun to do.
What a shot!
That's a cracking shot, that by Kashif Ali. He's absolutely lumped that one for 4.
Yeah, great skill there. The fact that it was probably short ball, probably back of a length there from Danny Briggs, and to see the ball short and then drop on one knee and sweep it is a hell of a skill. Something Rob Yates does brilliantly well, but Kashif's done it brilliantly there. That's a hell of a shot, and hit it hard as well.
64 for 2. Danny Briggs 6 from the over so far. 2 balls remaining in over 7. Kashif Ali now on to 35, and this time he cuts hard but straight to Sam Hain.
And traditionally this campaign, this is where the Bears really squeeze things with Danny Briggs and Jake Lintott working in tandem. These middle overs is where we sort of really squeeze teams and do well. But as has been mentioned already, this is looking a hell of a pitch, and Worcester's decision to bat first is looking pretty good right now, as that's a little wide that goes through for an extra run.
Yeah, it was. Danny Briggs firing it in. I think he's just trying to work out how to bowl at certainly Kashif Ali. He knows enough about Adam Hose, doesn't he?
Yeah, played plenty with Hose. Actually both from the Isle of Wight. I think they're both from the same club, on the Isle of Wight. Ventnor Cricket Club, I think, if anyone from Ventnor is listening
nice,
or
Ventnor,
watching.
yeah.
Lovely part of the world, from what I'm told. Adam's dad, Jeff Hose, is a top fella. And he's always trying to get me down to come down to the Isle of Wight and experience a bit of Ventnor, which I think I will do one day. He's tickled by Hosey into the leg side for a single.
Yeah, just a single. 7 overs gone then. 67 for 2. And you talked about kind of almost trying to strangle a side. Jake Lintott arrives at the pavilion end, and no surprise. And Jake also having a good season with the ball.
He is, and funnily enough, actually, this is a great stat for any Bears badgers out there. Jake is now Warwickshire's 4th all-time leading T20 wicket taker with 72 wickets. Adam, do you want to guess who he overtook this week?
I think I'd say.
Why does he do it? You know that. Oh, it was you. Oh.
How many has he got now? 72?
72.
72, right.
Incredible, isn't
so
it?
I only got 70.
71.
I only got 71. That's pathetic.
You knew that.
That's
anyway,
pathetic, isn't it? That's rubbish.
No, not really. It's fantastic.
That's okay. I haven't played T20 in a while.
And your first one came against the Rapids as well, didn't it?
Yeah.
The Pairs, whatever we want to call
remember
them.
it vividly. And like, probably playing a pitch similar to this, and it was a slow ball to Daryl Mitchell that he luckily top edged.
He told us all that earlier on. Stato there in the corner, don't you?
Remember it well.
Do they? Why can't they be called the Worcester Pears? Is it just to avoid the fact that bears eat pears? Is that they're just trying to avoid the inevitability of it?
Linners comes in again.
That's half stopped by Lintott. Now bring Garton off the boundary rope, and another single to the total. 68 for 2. Hose on to 3.
Now you probably can't tell so much on the screen here, but Jake's bowling to a big leg side boundary here to the right-handers. The right-handers from this end have got a massive leg side boundary and a bit of a shorter offside. So it'll be interesting to see if the Worcester players try target that short offside boundary.
Well, he has cut that one away, and again he's picked his spot quite well, but it will be cut off this time, and it's only going to be 1 to the total.
Yeah, well fielded by Folksy out there. He's wearing number 5, which was of course a number worn by another famous Kiwi bear.
Grant Elliott.
Oh my gosh, that is terrible. That is terrible. Jeeta Patel wore number 5 for maybe 10 years.
Listen, my memory goes.
Sorry.
I'm old.
Sorry to Jeeton if he's, obviously England have just won at Lords. He's probably tuned in and is probably absolutely disgusted right now with you, Adam. So thank you for that. Sorry, Jeeton.
What did Grant Elliott wear? Remind me.
I'm not sure I can remember. I'm not sure I can remember.
You're always forgetful as
well. I want to say 18.
Grant's greatest legacy to the Bears, as well as that brilliant quarter-final win at Surrey, which has to be pre-match Trent Bridge interview saying it's coming home during the Euros or World Cup.
We could get him back on Sunday. Oh, that's massive. Oof. What a shot that is from Kashif Ali. Is that almost gone in the hollies?
That is a hell of, and I mentioned that is a big leg side boundary. I talked about him tagging the offside. He's thought, stuff that, I'm going to whack it to the leg side, and that is a huge hit to nearly carry the advertising boards in that direction. Easily, I'd say 75 metres, so that's a hell of a hit.
Obviously, you bowled against him in the championship game at the start of the season.
I did, thanks for reminding me. He whacked me everywhere. Thanks
he's
for that.
Got some power, hasn't he, to be fair?
No, he's a good player. As Marie mentioned, he's come through the Saka scheme, and there are some incredibly talented cricketers who play for that Saka side. I was playing them yesterday, I'll be honest. There's some great players there, and Kashif has done incredibly well, and he's a great cricketer, doing brilliantly for Worcester. So it's clear to see that he's a fine player.
Good response from Jake Lintott. Just goes for the 1 at the end of the over. Still only went for 10. Just that one big boundary and 4 singles. Obviously, one of the reasons that you're here, 77 for 2, by the way, after 8 overs, is to talk about your fantastic benefit year.
Yeah, things are going well. We've got a great night on tonight that we're raising money for the PCA Trust and Cure Leukemia. So there's been a website set up to donate that's been tweeted by the club, and there's also a text number. If you text Oliver24 to 70970, £5 goes straight to Cure Leukemia and the PCA Trust. Two brilliant charities that do great work here in Birmingham and for cricketers all around the country. So yeah, raising money for those guys tonight.
And it's Oliver24.
Oh, it's on the screen.
Oh, there we go. So to donate £5, text Oliver24 to 70970. Of course, you just can scan the QR code off the screen. Oliver. Are we in a scenario in your life where the only person who still calls you Oliver is your mum?
Yeah, and you know what, she gets angry. If people call me Ollie or Ol, she still gets angry about it. I'm like, Mum, it's fine.
That's how it works, isn't it? 9 overs remaining then of the 17 that the Rapids will have here. 77 for 2. And it's going to be Hose on strike. Kashif Ali on to 44.
Off 27, he's played well here, hasn't it?
Yeah, he
Again,
has.
it's looking a good pitch, isn't it, to me?
Got 41 last night. He's on to 44 now. What's his highest score in T20?
69. He's also surpassed the 500 run mark in T20 cricket, so turning out to be quite a special night for Kashif Ali. And we've mentioned his power, we've mentioned the dynamic nature of his game throughout tonight's broadcast, but he is a seriously good player to watch, isn't he, as well, with a nice high bat lift, really sweeps hard. He's a tremendous talent for the Worcestershire fans to have at their disposal. A very, very good prospect, to say the least.
And again is Dan Mousley, who's in to the attack once more from the Birmingham end. Just one as they exchange. Hose and Kashif Ali looks as they run past each other. Just a single to the total, 80 for 2.
Mouse just firing it in here pretty quick as he often does, but he's just changing up his line from either dead straight or that one was really quite wide, wasn't it?
I think on this wicket, if you can get away with 6 singles in an over, you walk away incredibly happy. Looks a belter, doesn't it?
It looks a great. We have not seen one ball spin or misbehave, or maybe a bit of swing early on for Garts and Folksy. But yeah, so far this looks an absolute belter.
2 balls remaining then in over 9. The run rate now, 9.3. Kashif Ali closing in on that half century. And a chorus of "Come On You Bears" ringing out from the Hollies. It's starting to fill up, as are people's glasses, I would suggest, hence the slightly louder, raucous singing, which we love on a Friday night in this fixture.
Yeah, it looks great. The ground's, it's not completely full, but 80-90% full. It looks great. It's great that people have come down with a bit of inclement weather earlier in the day, so great that people have still come out to watch this brilliant fixture.
Oh, that's another one. Good ball from Dan again.
Mouse fires in the wide Yorker there, and it's actually a great bit of wicket keeping, I reckon.
Yeah,
Spare a thought for Benzo. Probably can't see much behind Adam Hose. He's a big fella, and there's blowing wide Yorkers there. There's Dan Mouse ears. He probably can't see a great deal, so it's a hell of a stop to probably stop what could have easily been 4 byes.
Just 5 off the over, then 82 for 2. Just quickly back to your benefit. Lots of other stuff going on through the summer that people can get involved in.
Yeah, loads
of it.
Yeah, why not? Why not? I'm not here for free, am I? No such thing as a free lunch and all that.
Who knows? Where Collis is involved, God knows what he's promised you.
No, loads of events, there's golf days and dinners and all sorts. If you check out my website, which is ohd2024.co.uk, there's plenty of stuff going on there. Hopefully have a fun year.
And he's got him. Has Mo got him? Yes, he has. Kashif Ali's gone for 46. And it's Moeen Ali that does the damage. Benjamin with a catch. And the Bears have a third. 82 for 3. Terrific innings from Kashif Ali, but he's gone for 46 from 30. Caught by Benjamin off the bowling of Moeen Ali.
Yeah, and that's a lovely innings there by Kashif Ali, and a pretty innocuous ball from us. It's a short, wide cut ball, really, that he's managed to nick. I'm sure Moeen will be absolutely delighted that he has done, and a nice tidy take there from Chris Benjamin. But should be very glad to see the back of Kashif Ali there. Nice little take, I think.
Little underedge,
yeah, they're never easy.
And it's again Chris Benjamin being handed the gloves tonight because of Alex Davies' little knock to his hand from last week, but he's done very well there to take that really good catch. Ethan Brooks comes in, and now we have 2. I can't say former Bears because once a Bear, always a Bear.
Exactly.
So it's a tricky one, isn't it? But
another fellow we know very well. He's a fine young player, Ethan. He's actually having a really nice season for Worcester. Every time I see him to check the scorecard, he's got 40 off 20 balls in T20 or something similar. So he's having a very nice year, and he's very fond of a reverse sweep. So straight away, a bit of insider knowledge here. We know Ethan pretty well. They have got rid of a point and put a deep point out on the boundary. Just see the field being manoeuvred here. So we've only got 1 point in the ring and a deep point out, because we know Ethan absolutely loves a reverse sweep.
Let's see what he's got against Moeen Ali. This is the first shot he plays, but he's managed to dissect the 2 fielders, and it's 4 runs.
Now that's a hell of a shot. Obviously there's only 1 man in the ring. Ethan's saying, well, I can beat him anyway and still get 4, which he's done very well. Great shot.
And again, everyone talks about when young talent leaves, and goes to another county. Ethan just needed his chance, really, didn't he? And there's so much stacking up here, it's difficult to get it.
Oh, 100%. No one begrudges Ethan leaving at all. He wanted to go, much like Hosey did, and play more cricket. You know, you can't begrudge anyone that. If you're leaving any club to just go play more cricket and improve your chances, then, you know, fair play. And I think Ethan's played a lot more cricket at Worcester this year than he might have done if he'd been at Warwickshire. So
orthodox sweep for that time, yeah. He's given us the full array. What do we reckon? What do we reckon for shot 3?
I think he's tickling this into leg side for a single to do mid-wicket, if I'm honest.
Well, let's see, 6 of the first 2 balls, 88 for 3, midway through the 10th over for the Worcester Rapids. And it's Moeen Ali in again, and that is a no ball. That was at Ethan's head. Immediately called by Graham Lloyd.
And again, a bit of an indication there, just out. We can see the towel being used all the time. We can see players sliding, a bit of an indication there of how wet this ball might be getting. I'm sure Moeen Ali's not done that intentionally, of course he never would. But yeah, it probably is a bit of a wet ball here, and perhaps always seeing the odd dodgy delivery. Ethan there played the no ball pretty well, but it'd be absolutely spewing that he doesn't get to face the free hit. So Adam Hosey gets to face this free hit.
And he'll be lapping it up, the fact he gets this, makes some room for himself, tries to cart it into the leg side. Only for 1 in the end. He had his eyes on the big boundary on that occasion. Score moves on to 92 for 3.
Yeah, and straight away we've seen with Ethan, he's both reverse sweep and orthodox sweep. Very happy to get down on one knee and play those sweeps. Be interested to see how someone as experienced as Moeen Ali tries to counteract that.
2 balls remaining in over 10. A fly, I think, around Ethan Brooks as he just tries to swat it away with his gloves. Again, he's done what you said he might do for the 3rd ball. He's just poked it into the leg side for a quick single. Jacob Bethel charging in from the boundary ropes. I think we're looking forward to seeing him back later. I'm not too sure many of the Rapids fans are, after what he did down at New Road a few weeks back. A couple of impressive days after that excellent 50 here inside 15 balls, and then going down there to win the game with that unbeaten 71. That's into the leg side. Just another single to the total, and that's the end of the 10th over. 94 for 3 is the score. And it's going to be Danny Briggs back into the attack at the far end.
David chopping and changing things here, probably thinks this is a belter of pitch, and when things aren't happening with the pitch, when it's not turning and you know it looks a pretty good surface, one thing you can do as a captain is change the attack lots and lots so a batter doesn't get settled against one person. So I think we're seeing a little bit of that here, chopping and changing lots and lots to hopefully keep the Worcester batters pretty unsettled.
So many options as well, haven't they? I mean, it is all spin in essence, the options, but Danny Briggs is in, and he's got his wicket! And it's Adam Hose for 8. And Briggs strikes, as he does so often. Without doubt, he's always going to be amongst the wickets. And it's the important wicket of Adam Hose this time. 94 for 4, Hose is on his way.
Yeah, an old Ventnor affair there. Briggsy, I'm sure he's bowled plenty of times at Hosey, and Hosey trying to go over the offside and just managing to chip a catch to Rob Yates. So he's a safe pair of hands at short cover. I think that brings in, is it Gareth Roderick? It is indeed.
Well, he's another player who's been up and down the Worcester order, Roderick, and he's he's South African originally, isn't he? He's got a UK passport.
Yes, he is. He's a product of Maritzburg College down in Durban. But in terms of this season, 155 runs, the strike rate 149. So, as a middle order finisher, very capable. Again, a wicket that the Bears will be desperate to get within this over.
He's fine cricket, and his experience. So gosh, he'll played first class cricket, but professional cricket now for 15 years. So some seriously good experience in this middle order.
Certainly is, as Briggs comes into bowl to the aforementioned Roderick.
And he's just got just under 7 overs to go here, alongside Ethan Brooks, and he's off and running with his first ball.
A bit of a shout to the ground staff here. I know we had weather earlier, and we've probably not had great weather all week, have we really? But to produce a pitch here that let's face it, it's looking like 170 is probably going to be a par score in a 17 over game. Shoosh, that's a hell of a good surface if you're a batter. I'm not sure I'd relish bowling on it, as Ethan Brooks just tickles this one into the leg side for a single. But yeah, it looks a great surface, and hopefully we've got a great contest on our hands.
Well, bearing in mind is that Legends cricket's been going on here as well, so actually preparation time and stuff for the ground staff can't have been easy.
No, not at all. And I'm sure they've got their eye on a test match. You can see a few pitches away.
Matting's
There's
down,
a bit of matting
yeah.
down. I'm sure there's a test pitch being prepared as well.
It's very green. You'd like it like it is now, I tell you.
Gary and the ground staff have got a hell of a job on their hands here all summer. As we've just got a bit of a pause. I think the umpires are having a look at this ball. Sometimes when the ball gets that wet, it ends up basically ballooning up and sort of coming apart of the seams, really, because it's got that well wet and swollen so much. So I think we're just having a change of ball here.
Yeah, just advising Roderick and Brooks that there's going to be a change of ball, and now we'll await the arrival of an extra set of balls, which are on their way out from down below, which is good.
I was
swift.
talking next door just before we came on air to Flash. We have to Ricardo Gordon. Sorry, I keep calling Flash.
We call him Flash
yeah,
too.
Good.
Flash by name, Flash by nature.
Correct. And we had a brilliant reunion a couple of weeks ago now. I can't remember what fixture it was for, but we had a reunion for 10 years since we won the T20 Blasts here in 2014. It's 10 years ago, so Boyd Rankin and Johnny Webb and Jeet Patel and Josh Poison, people like this, Freddie Coleman. And I can guarantee you, I remember it vividly, all we talked about during that campaign as a bowling group was 160 runs. If we kept the team batting below 160 runs, we'd knock them off. And equally for bowling first, if the other team were batting first, if they got less than 160, then we'd be absolutely fine. And thinking to it now, like I just mentioned, it's a 17 over game, and par's probably going to be 170. To think in the last 10 years how the game has evolved and pushed on, and I genuinely think par score at Edgbaston now is probably 190, maybe even 200 in a T20 game. Jesus, that's a hell of a lot of runs.
Were you eavesdropping our conversation earlier? Because we literally, Aaron and I were having the exact
really?
same conversation about back in those days. That used to be part of the mantra, wasn't it? You always felt, oh, this is up in the air, this could be out, this is out! Catch taken by Alex Davis running round, and he's gone, and it's a fifth out, and Roderick departs.
Yeah, you can't help but think just a little pause in play there to change the ball perhaps help the Bears there, just changing the batter's rhythm and changing things up. And Roderick goes for the top edge sweep, just manages to sky it, and Alex Davis takes a nice catch running backwards, something he's probably not done a great deal of in T20 cricket. It's field at short fine leg, not easy catches them, trust me, I've dropped plenty of them, especially with a poly finger, so it's a nice catch there by Alex Davies.
And the new batter coming to the crease for the Rapids is Nathan Smith, I think, from what I can see.
Yeah, Nathan Smith, predominantly obviously the opening bowler for Worcester. He's probably, if I'm honest, been the county signing of the summer. He's when Worcester announced him, everyone knew a great deal about him, but geez, he's bowled brilliantly this summer for Worcester. Bowled with great pace, swinging it around as well. Probably bowls close to 85 miles an hour. He's been in a fabulous signing in all formats of cricket, and he can give it a bit of a whack, which is probably why he's in right now.
Well, he's going to get a single to start with. There's a really decent crop of New Zealand fast bowlers lurking around, aren't there?
Yeah, there's some great. Yeah, the Kiwis have got some fine bowlers. Obviously, we've got folks here. We had Michael Ray playing the championship for us. So there's plenty of good Kiwi bowlers flying around the county game at the moment.
One ball to come in the 11th over. 97 for 5. Briggs is in, just turned onto the leg side. That'll be one more to the total. So 98 for 5. That's what we were talking about. We were literally sitting here going through the way in which the game has changed from those days. Like 10 years ago, I was saying that in the Dougie era, there was always this belief that if teams got 140, 150, you still felt confident that, or if you posted 140, 150, you felt as a bowling unit, you could defend that total time and time again. And it was a cracking group.
Yeah.
An absolute cracking group of lads with Ricky and Boyd, and like you say, it was a wonderful time. But 10 years feels too long.
Oh, it feels far too long. And I look at this side now and I think, geez, this team is too good to not get to finals day. When you get to finals day, anything can happen in knockout sport in general. But this team, is definitely good enough and should be looking to get to finals day and win this competition.
Well, they've taken the run rate back here to below 9 and over as things stand. That's pulled into the leg side by Brooks. He moves to 11, 99 for 5. Lintop back into the attack. Actually, a quick note on that: the game between Lancashire and Yorkshire has been rained off, hasn't it?
It has. So
if the Bears win tonight,
home quarter final is guaranteed. We'll also keep you up to date with the Northants Leicestershire game as well, because that does also have some implications.
Okay, 99 for 5. Smith is on strike. Can they bring up the century? They can. Again, just turned into the leg side for a quick single.
Now, I think almost exclusively here we've seen Ethan sweep the spinners. So he's got Jacob Lintott to play against now. Linners can obviously spin it both ways with his googlies and traditional leg spinners. So it'll be interesting to see if...
I'm feeling the reverse here. I don't know why. I got a feeling he's going to reverse this. Yeah, there we go.
Oh.
And he's got it on the full, and he's got it fine enough to go for 4 runs. Does it? No, that's brilliant.
Outstanding.
That's superb fielding to deny the boundary, and it's Zachary Fawkes again.
Fawkes, that's outstanding.
And no wonder everyone around the ground, the fellow fielders are applauding that. That looked like a guaranteed 4.
Yeah, outstanding work out there by Zach Fawkes. Unbelievable bit of work, really. And again, a bit of indication of how wet it is. He slid for miles after the ball.
Brooks is on to 13, 102 for 5, midway through the 12th over. And that's swept this time conventionally, just for 1. Another to the total. Obviously Ethan and Henry both departing the Bears last season. Sad to see the pair go, but as you say, when they go off to play cricket
100%.
elsewhere.
Yeah, Ethan to Worcester and Henry to Middlesex, but if they're both leaving to play more cricket, then that's absolutely both great lads.
Lovely lads, wouldn't they?
Both come through the system here at Warwickshire, and if they're going to play more cricket and hopefully do very well and have very long... Oof, that's hit incredibly hard.
It certainly was. Well, you said Nathan Smith hits a hard ball. He almost took Jake Lintott. Listen, I would say if Jake Lintott had hair, he almost took it off then. That was a close shave.
And I think you could tell by Linners' reaction there that, geez, that's gone pretty hard. I think we saw last night Walsh for Worcester got one whack straight back at him, and it blooming took his finger off or dislocated the finger or did something. And jeez, I think he got an indication there just how hard he's hit that.
He certainly did. Last ball of Lintott's over, cut away this time. Just going to be a single.
Linners has dropped that one a little bit short and a little bit wide, and who can blame him?
Indeed.
When the ball before was full and straight and nearly took his head off.
That's the end of 12 overs. You're going to leave us now. Ricordo is going to come in the Fast Bowlers Union. Thank you, Ollie. More from him in the second innings. 108 for 5 is the total. Don't forget to hit like on the live stream, by the way, if you've joined us today, and subscribe to our YouTube channel to keep following us here at Bears Den TV. Hit that like button. I promise you there are treats, such as Ollie's trip to New Road. It's worth checking out on that YouTube channel. Ricordo is here. Hello, sir.
Hi, Adam.
How are you? Enjoying
well,
this?
thanks, yeah.
Yeah, enjoying it?
Yeah. Seems like a good pitch. Need some more wickets. Stem this flurry of runs.
108 for 5 is not bad, is it?
Got 5 more overs.
You're quite demanding with just 5 overs left to go.
Short leg side boundary, so, few wickets will really help our case here, I think. Make the scoreboard a bit more even.
Here comes Dan Mousey again. He's in, and it's turned away by Smith just for 1 more. 109 for 5. Brooks is on 14. Smith on to 8 already. 5 overs to go. At this point, what do you think is a reasonable total? Is it? Ollie said about 170. That would be a good total from here, I think, wouldn't it?
Yeah, if you're Rapids, but I think if I'm looking at it, I'm targeting probably 180 with the shorter side boundary on one side, just to ensure that kind of put Warwickshire under a bit of pressure in the run chase. I think 170 is par, but if I want to get a commanding total, I think 180 would be probably best, knowing the way in which we're batting.
And looking at the wicket as well.
Yeah.
Because there have been regular wickets falling. He's drilled that one down the ground as well. It's hit the stumps, but it's still almost made it to the boundary rope, but they'll come back for 2 instead. Oof. I don't think I'd be standing too close to him.
Yeah, this Smith looks like he's a serious candidate for longest 6 of the day if he gets hold of one.
Certainly got some power in those arms. 112 for 5. What's his usual batting like? What's his average like?
14.5. He usually bats quite low, to be honest, but I'm just intrigued as to how Mosley bowls to me. Or he's bowled relatively straight there. He's just clipped it onto the leg side, but he's very, very strong down the ground. We've just witnessed that on 2 occasions. He rifled it past Lintott here, driven it firmly down the ground there, if he goes a little bit too straight, Smith usually opens up the arms, and he's very, very capable just over the bowler's head.
Oh, Matthew Waite's a big hitter as well. He's still to come for the Rapids, and Brooks has gone for this one, and it's over the ropes. Short boundary, 6 runs for Ethan Brooks.
Bit of cat and mouse there, I think. No pun intended. But I think Dan probably thinking that Brooks is going to go down and reverse sweep, so he's fired it into leg stump line, and Brooks has held his ground and just flicked it to that short leg side boundary. The viewers, you can't see that, but there's a short leg side boundary here and a big offside boundary. So here we go, Dan changing the field, bringing deep square up and putting deep cover out, as well as a deep point. So now you can see clearly he's going to probably hide the ball outside off stump and just get him to try drag it across the leg side.
Fire it in wide, it's got an edge, and it's just bounced short. How
is that?
But not out, says our umpire.
That's a great bit of cricket there.
Shanmugam.
I would love to see that on a replay.
I'm sure we will in a moment. End of the 13th over, 120 for 5. Well, that couldn't have been too far away, but certainly the umpire not interested. Moeen Ali's coming back into the attack from this pavilion end.
Like Ollie said earlier on comms, Davo being quite shrewd with the bowling changes here, keeping the batters guessing on, as you can see on a good pitch, like what Ollie said earlier on. One thing you don't want batters doing is settling on one bowler, so keeping the bowling changes coming through makes the batters have to guess and spell what's going to happen.
Good use of the feet that time by Ethan Brooks. It only get him a single though. I think Moeen Ali saw him coming on that occasion. 2 for 21 for Mo. Pretty decent from his couple of overs so far. 121 for 5. Brings Nathan Smith onto strike. I mean, he's got the power. I feel in danger up here with him hitting towards us. Now he just, again, plays it into the leg side for a single. George Garton on the charge. So only saw, what, 3 overs apace at the start, didn't we? We've seen nothing but spin since.
I was just about to pick up on that point when Ricardo said about the rotation of spin bowlers, because you look at the Bears, it is very much spin to win, with Moeen, Linsop, Briggs, Dan. I mean, they could in theory also have Jacob if they wanted an over from him with his left arm spin, but plenty more spin options compared to the Rapids, so that will be something just to be careful of.
Fade away just for a single for Brooks, who moves on to 24, 123 for 5.
Quite smart bowling that from Moeen, taking a bit of pace off it. Generally, if guys love to reverse sweep and sweep, generally if they're quite good at it, you put a bit of pace on, it gives them a bit of gives them a bit more to work with. So Moeen taking a bit of pace off it there.
Just he's got him, is he? Well, Chris Benjamin, good take, and went to whip those bails off, but I think the back foot of Nathan Smith was anchored in the crease. But again, slightly slower, wider, bit of loop, wasn't it?
Yeah, enticing that big slog sweep. There it is again, and he drills it firmly down the ground for 4.
Well, this time he gave him the opportunity to strike it, which he did, and he does for 4 brilliantly. Smith moves on to 16, 127 for 5.
Probably a bit too close to him there, Moeen. Ball before, probably dragged it a little bit outside the off stump, and then that time got it a bit too straight on line with the stumps and gave Smith a bit of room for his hands to come through the line of the ball.
Well, my question here is, we see Moeen come into bowl to Smith, who goes massive. That's all the way for 6.
It is. Big hit. Absolute big hit from Smith. He's on to 22. 133 for 5. Expensive last 2 balls in Moeen Ali's 3rd over there. He's got 2 for 33 now. And with 3 overs remaining, it is 1-3-3-4-5.
Yeah, it's a great shot, that. The point I was just going to pick up on, we've been speaking a lot here about Nathan Smith. We've just witnessed him blast it onto the leg side to that longer boundary. Just going to pose you the question, Ricardo. Right, if you're in this position as the bowler, you've got someone who you're seeing is very capable of hitting back over your head, down the ground, very strong area, but you've also got that short offside boundary. How do you bowl? What's your plan to that?
In this situation, I'm thinking wickets. So because it's not quite death overs yet where I'm looking to save runs. The only way we're going to stop runs is by taking wickets, so I'm probably going to go Yorkers, hit the stumps. I'll back myself, even though he's good at hitting the ball down the ground. If I can get it in between his bat and his body, that's what I'll aim for. So I'll probably have a fine leg, deep square, long on.
Zachary Fawkes is back into the attack. It's a full toss first ball. Just be a single.
Especially from this pavilion end, that's what I would do, because I've got the bigger leg side boundary. So I'll back myself to say, you know what, if I get it right, you can hit it into the bigger leg side boundary. From this side of the wicket, maybe I'll bowl wide of off stump. Obviously, because we've got the bigger offside boundary now from the Birmingham end, and force them to try and hit it across the line of the ball into that short side boundary.
In comes Fawkes again. That's wide and 2-4.
As you can see folks doing here, umpire contemplating that one for a long while before he's giving a wide decision.
What was there to think about? It almost didn't land on the strip. I couldn't understand what Graham Lloyd was taking his time for there. Unbelievable. 134 for 5.
You can see the clear plan here is short third, nice and fine for the chop, just in case they try to run it down to the boundary. Deep point, deep cover. Fawkes runs in, bowls, and it's edged it fine over that short third. Fielder for 4.
Yeah, it's a good shot in the end. As he came down, he took his chance, and he knows that Fawkes is trying to bowl outside that off stump. I'm just checking because the umpire did give a wide, but I believe the scoreboard is saying that it wasn't. It was a dot ball, but I'm sure he raised his arms out wide. It's showing us 3 balls bowled
belatedly.
No, it's not. Still not showing up. So Fawkes is in again. Full toss this time. Just going to be one. They're going to try and run a second. They're going for it. This could be tight, but the throw's nowhere on target.
Aaron, you asked me earlier on about what I would do. This is a risk, right? But sometimes you got to risk it for the biscuit, right? So what I would potentially do, knowing that the straight boundaries are long enough, and so there's a deep pocket out there towards mid-wicket, though the batter knows I'm going to run up and bowl predominantly. Here you go, he's changed the field. See, so he's pushed the extra fielder out to the leg side here, so he's going to perhaps bowl more at the stumps. So what I would...
Chance! He's got him this time, has he? No, he hasn't. And he's pulled something there, has he? Has he done himself some damage? Oh, I think he has. I think this could be a problem for Nathan Smith. Trying to get through for that single quickly. He's just pulled up at the far end, and he looks in a real bit of discomfort here. Ethan Brooks just coming to check on him, and
here we go. He's called on for the physio.
Yeah, we have a problem, and I think it's a bit of radio contact going on as well. And they're just checking.
So as I was saying, potentially, even he's setting for the Yorker, but if I've got a leg cutter or a back of the hand that I could potentially drag wide and force him to drag it into that field, I'll potentially bowl one of those as well.
Right, the wide has now gone in, 142 for 5 as Brooks then just does brilliant. I think he almost caught Alex Davis in the face then as he rolled to try and stop it going any further. So there was a wide ball, the second ball of the over. I think that's what the radio communications was just about, which means there's one more ball to come. But before Nathan Smith faces that, I think the physio has come out and he's asking for a runner. Well, this is going to hamper them when they're bowling in particular, isn't it?
Well, it is. He's been a key cog in the Rapids bowling lineup, and we've mentioned actually about their bowling options throughout tonight. They have got Ethan Brooks, potentially he might bowl a few overs. We saw Kashif Ali having a bowl in the warm-up. He does bowl leg spins, so again that is another option for Adam Hose to contend with. But yeah, Nathan Smith, yeah, that could be a big loss when we get to the run chase.
Well, this is a little bit daft at this moment in time. So we've got, I think he wants the runner now. We've got one ball left in the over because of that wide that no one else but me seemed to pick up on because no one else has seemed to spot it, but it definitely was given as a wide. It's now gone into the book. So I think they're now just having a discussion about a runner because obviously I'm guessing probably no one was padded up and ready to come in as a runner, which would be one of the issues. Because it's an injury that's happened, I think Alex Davis has gone over to say, well, do we want to give him a runner? And now there's a lengthy debate around the whys and wherefores with the umpires as well, while we wait probably for someone to get padded up and ready to go. It all looks amicable, but it's just another delay on a game that's already a little bit late, given it's 8:30 already. We'll be finishing, it may well be Saturday morning by the time we get there. The Euro final will be over and we'll still be going.
marooned at Edgbaston. Not a bad place to be marooned.
I was going to say, no better place to be marooned.
It would be like heaven for him, wouldn't it? Do you know what I mean?
Be all day in the museum for Aaron.
The first nighttime badger wandering around Edgbaston. Yeah. No two ways about it. 1:43 for 5 then. How long can it take to put some pads on? Seriously.
If you're not padded up, there's many of us who've had that nightmare. You're not being ready in time to go out and bat. It's that worst nightmare of your life. I think this break.
He's only coming on to run. He's not got a bat. He's just got to hold a bat and put some pads.
He's got to have on everything that Nathan Smith has got on here.
What is he going to check with Nathan? To
helmet,
sure thigh pad, chest pad,
everything. Everything. But I think, you know what, this break is probably working in the Bears' favour here. Gives them more time to recollect themselves and get their plans back on form. Thinking about going into the last 3 overs, how we're going to go about taking these wickets and probably keep the Rapids down to less than 190, I think.
Okay, so the physio's now departing. Does this mean we've got a batsman coming? Can you see? You've got a better view.
Yeah, Ed Pollock is walking out here, number 7.
Oh, Ed Pollock's coming. That's the problem then. He's coming from the dressing room as opposed to the dugout. I don't remember too much about Ed's running because he never used to run between the wickets too much. He was all about biffing fours. Is he quick, speedy?
He's decent pace, but it is interesting actually. I mean, he's got one of the best boundary percentages in world cricket.
Arm guard. See, there we go. Hang on. Nightmare. Sending in for an arm guard.
We talked about football and look, they're off. They're off in the Hollies anyway. Look at that. I reckon it's going to be a pretty special atmosphere on Sunday, of course, as we're back here Sunday afternoon in the build-up to the game. I mean, what a way to spend a day. Cricket in the afternoon, football in the evening, and off you go.
Heaven.
Perfect, isn't it? Right, they're now just living through the rules and regulations about being a runner. I've told you, midnight before we get home at this rate. Graham Lloyd just giving his clear instructions. We might get this 15th over finished. A reminder, don't forget to hit like on the live stream and subscribe to our YouTube channel to keep following us here at Bears Den TV and all of our great Bears content. And now adding up how many balls are left in the over. It's 1. I think they can hear me. I want to tell them it's 1.
It's all going off. Thanks for the Hollies for providing entertainment.
Oh dear, here we go then. Finally, we're going to end the over. Ed Pollock's working out. Am I standing leg side or am I going? No, you're going that side. You don't see too many runners, do you? I guess this is part of the problem, isn't it?
Oh, it's good chaos though, isn't it, when you have a runner in cricket?
Could he get any further away? He's outside the string. He's found a strip that's actually got some lines on it as well, I think. Here we go then. Faulks to bowl the final over, finally, of this final ball of this 15th over. Alex Davies just moving the field around a little bit. What will be interesting is to see how Smith's feet, I mean, he hasn't moved his feet much, but how they're impeded as Faulks comes in. Well, they're fine, look. And he moves across and he turns it round the corner for 4 runs. I would argue if I was Alex Davies right now, there's not much wrong with his movement as he puts it to the boundary. That completes yet another over and the Rapids move on to 1-4-3 for 5. To end a rather truncated over that in the end, but nonetheless, so it's 1-4-7 for 5. Our graphics hadn't quite changed. Remember, the Rapids won the toss and elected to bat, so we've got 2 overs still to go. I think we're probably 1.5 miles beyond what was the cut-off point for the end of the innings, but given the injury and stuff, we're going to see Dan Mousey again from this end. So George Garton's only bowled 1 over, but again, it's almost like they seem to think spin is the answer, Recorder.
Quite interestingly, I would think with an injured player and a guy who's loving to reverse sweep, I'll probably think about bringing the seam on just to give him something to think about.
Ethan Brooks has chipped that one into the air. Garton on the bounce will field. Just 1 to the total, 148 for 5. 11 balls remaining. The partnership now 52 between these two. They've ticked along really nicely. They've got the run rate, which was down under 9, back up towards the 10 mark. So that total that we talked earlier about 170 off the 17 overs, I mean, that's looking really gettable from here. Long conversation between Alex Davies and Dan Mousey as to how to set this field and probably how to bowl to Nathan Smith as well. And they're just going to change a couple of things, and looks like they're bringing Sam Hain into the circle, and Alex Davis is dropping back to the rope. I'm going to guess that's partly because of what Smith did at the end of that last over to Fulks. Short from Mosley. A spinner's bowling it short, but he's got the wicket because the catch is taken by Jake Lintott, and whatever the plan was, it's an absolute masterstroke.
That is,
because it's worked again, and it's 6 down. Smith's gone for 33, 148 for 6.
That is quite intelligent bowling. That is quite intelligent. I quite like that a lot. From the shot before, he wasn't quite fancying getting any pressure onto that front leg or putting any pressure on whatever injury he's got in his calf there. So
He's basically bowled him a bouncer.
Yeah, he's just bowled him a bouncer. I was probably thinking pace off or drag the length back a bit, and they've done exactly that. And it's worked a treat. Got the wicket. If they take a couple more wickets here, they could keep them well below 170.
Yeah, 148 for 6. So we mentioned the power hitting of Matthew Waite. Took 5 wickets last night against Leicester, didn't he? And at the start of the season, he was opening the batting, wasn't he, Alan?
Yes, he was. It's been an interesting season for Matthew Waite. He's been drifting up and down the order. He's been in and out of the side. But again, he's one of those, you'd say, has long levers.
Well, he's just tried to swing him there. And Alex Davis will come in from the boundary ropes.
Can hit a long ball.
1 to the total. He's off the mark. 149 for 6. 3 balls remaining.
Dan's bowled well here.
He has. So 1 for 25.
He's bowled really well tonight. Like the way he's gone about his business.
He's got 3 balls left, and then obviously he'll play his part with the bat. Nice shot. Tried to pick the gap, but Garton will get there, and he'll slide and just restrict them to 2. 151 for 6. The 150 up then. 2 balls.
Dan can close out this over here without a boundary. It would be a great way to going into the last over of the innings.
That's another short one from him, and I think it's almost taken Ethan Brooks by surprise. Just 1 to the total. He ended up taking one of his hands off the bat handle there. 30 now for Ethan Brooks.
One spinner used to do that international cricket, Shahid Afridi. Used to generate 80-mile-an-hour ball out of nowhere. And again.
He's done it again. And it's just going to be 1 more to the total.
Garts must be thinking, what can I do to get a ball? Dan's bowling short balls.
Well, it's an extraordinary over. It's only gone for 5 runs in total. And they got a wicket as well. So 153 for 6. And that's at the end of the 16th over. So 1 more over to go. And, well, are we going to see George Garton bowl that? Yes, we are. He's going to have the final over, his second of the innings. So now, at this point, if you're in the Rapids chair, anything around the 165 mark, you'll be incredibly happy with at this stage. If the Bears can keep him below 160, that's a bonus, isn't it?
I think the momentum has shifted here in the innings. That injury to Smith kind of pushed the momentum back into the Bears' favour, put a stem to the runs that was flowing like a river.
Party atmosphere really starting to kick in around the bowl now. As we say, plenty in. The Hollies is nice and full. George Garton into the attack, and as the evening wears on, what are we up to? 20 to 9. Darkness will soon kick in. The lights will fully take over as the Bears will begin their response. That's straight up. Is there enough of it? Yes, there is. There's plenty of it from Matthew Waite, where you said he could hit a long ball recorder.
Sounded really good off the bat there. I think Garts was just trying to go Yorkers there, probably just got it slightly short of the length that he would really want it to be, and Waite's responded well by hitting it really well over the long on. But I think Garts is coming around the wicket now, looking to cramp Waite for any room. And
5 balls remaining in the innings. Garton's in, and then Waite goes again. This time it's a little bit shorter, but he's got enough on it to get it to the ropes for 4. Wasn't too far shy. Didn't get that as well as the last one that he hit for 6, but it's 4 more. 10 off the first 2 balls of the final over.
Can be tricky, this bowl into a short leg side boundary for a bowler. Can be very tricky. At times you're thinking, do you go for the stumps or do you keep the ball wide from the batter to just bank on your dots?
He's done well.
Or do you go for the wickets?
He's done well to muscle that there, hasn't he? Garton has bowled 8 balls in this game, and he's gone for 25 so far. Here he is again, short, and this time he's going for 6 more. That's into the family stand, the Uber Eats family stand. Not too sure someone called it this time, but it's 6 more to the total. Waits on to 18 off 5, and all of a sudden the Rapids are on 169 for 6.
Waits batting well here. He's just keeping himself calm and staying nice and still and just reacting to whatever Gartz is bowling here. I think Gartz just needs to be a bit clearer in his plans here and then back himself to execute whatever skill he's decided to use.
9 balls from George Garton have gone for 31 runs so far. 169 for 6. 3 remaining. Run rate now over 10.
He bowls a really good Yorker as well, so I would want to see him back himself to use his Yorker, whether it's wide of the stump Yorker or back himself to bowl a straight Yorker here. He's got deep square behind, deep mid wicket, long on, long off, and a deep cover, so definitely he's going to pitch it up and look to hit the stumps here.
Real test of character now for George Garton. How does he respond? He's gone for 6, 4, 6, and he's going for 6 again. Leg side boundary. Big hit from Waite, who moves on to 24 from 6 balls, and it's 175 for 6.
There's 3 really big hits there from Matthew Waite in this over off George. As I said, I'm not quite sure what the plan is here, but he's got 2 big balls here to respond and show his, as you said, Adam, strength of character. So
22 off the over so far.
Third has gone back. Square leg has come up. So, like to think he's going to bowl a wide Yorker here now.
175 for 6. Garton again, and he's fetched him this time, and he's fetched him all the way for 6 more. 4 sixes and a 4 in this over so far. 28 off the over from Matthew Waite, who's on to 30 from 7 deliveries. 181 for 6, 1 ball remaining. George Garton has gone for 43 from 11 balls. Whatever he tries, it's not working right now. Matthew Waite is,
I think he went slow ball there, and it's just set up really nicely for Waite as he comes in to bowl the last ball of the innings.
Short again,
wow.
He's pulled it all the way for 6 more. 5 sixes and a 4, 34 runs from the final over, all off the bat of Matthew Waite, and George Garton is crestfallen, and understandably so. 34 runs from that final over. 187 for 6 is what the Rapids finish on. The Bears will be chasing 188 in 17 overs for victory, and to a man every Bear is going up to George Garton and rubbing him on the back of the head, and no surprise. It's a tough one to take, but it happens in this form of the game.
Yeah, it does. It can happen. I think today George just has executed his plans just as well, and I'm sure he'll bounce back pretty strongly after that. He's a quality player, and he will know within himself he can do much better than what he's done here today. We see on the pitch at the moment a few of the young Bears, a few of the academy and EPP boys, adjacent ends of the ground, doing a bit of fielding prep. I think it's a great experience for them to enjoy.
It is. 187 for 6 then is how it ends here for the Worcester Rapids from that 17 overs. So when we return, the Bears will be
Well, that was a serious performance by the Worcestershire Rapids in this big local derby. 187 for 6, 34 runs off that last over. A really strong batting performance from Worcestershire there. Marie Kelly is alongside me, newly minted champion of the Charlotte Edwards Trophy. So, first of all, massive congratulations for that.
Thank you very much.
And I mean, what do you make of that? That's a huge score.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised when they elected to bat first, but then they've clearly shown what their intentions are and they've delivered on it. And really that was effectively off 16 overs because they started off pretty poorly, getting only 2 off the first over. So yeah, to finish on that score was absolutely unbelievable, and 34 off the last over is a killer.
Yeah, it's a big blow to finish that innings off, sort of momentum, psychology, all of it sort of going in their favour. But definitely the incentive is very much with the Bears, because if they can win this, especially with the game being rained off at Old Trafford, it means that the Bears would be guaranteed a home quarter-final. They could guarantee that today, ahead of the game on Sunday. You don't need any more motivation than that to win a game of cricket.
Absolutely, and if any team can chase that massive total, it is the Bears. They've been fantastic all season, topping the group at the minute, so they're obviously unbelievable and in great form. So if anyone can do it, it is a big ask, but potentially the Bears can do it.
It's a little bit slippery out there as well. I noticed a lot of the players slipping and sliding all over the place. Like, looks like it could be a difficult wicket to bowl on just because the ball's going to be very damp. There's that opportunity. We saw a few just slip out the hand from the bowlers as well, didn't we?
Yeah, exactly. We saw a few loose deliveries. We saw Garton in particular in the second over looked like he struggled and was slipping a little bit. So those kind of things do come into play, and that might be a contributing factor to why the scores are so high. But we'll just see if Worcestershire can do it as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot going on for the Bears as well. Like, they've got their captain back as well today, which is a huge thing. Right at the top, between the two, Yates as well has been going great guns. Between the two of them at the top, you feel like they could deliver that firepower power play, because the power play, which by the way is 5.1 overs today. It's not like 6 overs like normal because it's a rain shortened game. 5.1 overs. See that? That is research, right? No, so I mean, they're the two you want at the top anyway, isn't it? They're the ones who can fire. How many do they need off the power play if they're chasing 187, 188 to win?
Gosh, yeah, it's a lot. I think whatever they do, they have to just be better than what Rapids were. So what's they got 51 off the power play. So yeah, I think you're looking at least sort of 60 or so. Tens minimum at least. What you obviously want to try and get ahead of the rate, but it looks like a pitch almost to get yourself in and potentially can catch up towards the end. And like we saw there, so we need probably somebody like Waite did to just go in and strike at 300, 400 if they can.
Yeah, he went at 428. Yeah. That was his strike rate. That's a phenomenal finish, right? Credit where it's due. Very well batted Worcestershire. Got to do it with the ball now, though. That's hard. That's hard today over here. I mean, it's all out attack for the Bears. They've just got to come out swinging.
Yeah, I think so. And we've seen throughout the competition, any one of those batters can step up and do that. They've all had a big innings at some point, so one of them should come off, and I presume will come off. It just depends which one can stand up. I think Dan Mosley earlier said to Adam that today was his game and he wants to be up here in the couch talking to us after the game. So Dan, he said he's the one, so let's see if he can do it.
We like having Dan up here. He's the man. We love having Dan up here. He's our favourite on Beard End TV. But yeah, so it's 102 balls to do it.
Yeah.
It's 2 balls more than that other competition, which I'm sure we'll be featuring a little bit later on this season. You got to follow Marie's Instagram to know what I'm talking about. But this is the thing, though. Like, it's you don't have time to play yourself in.
No.
Like, especially you got to go, as you say, more than 10s, 11s really to win this game. You kind of need to maybe have a look at one. Yeah, I mean, you can look at one maybe, and then you start swinging.
Well, I think the method that we saw that worked really well for the Rapids was almost getting 4 singles and then a 6 towards the end of the over, and suddenly that's 10. And what you thought was a pretty easy, comfortable over suddenly is 10 off, and they haven't really looked to attack too much. So I think that to start off with is a good method of a way of getting yourself in, of single, a boundary, and then from there, once somebody's in, they can then go massive, or someone can just go from ball one like Waite did. He seemed to be seeing it like a different gravy today.
Well, there's the shorter boundary as well towards the Raglan stand.
Yeah, capitalise on that.
That's the one you want to target. I suppose we just saw Waite do it to great effect, but I mean, to be fair, some of the shots he hit would have cleared any boundary in the world, but there is a shorter boundary than opportunity for cheaper runs.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think those kind of things are quite key in short format cricket, and you don't want to be bowling to that end last, and that's probably a mistake from the Bears there, having that shorter side on the last over of the game. So it'll be interesting to see which way around Rapids do it, because you do want to be hitting to the longer boundary at the end. But yeah, they've obviously capitalised it, and today wasn't Garton's day, unfortunately.
No, not today. Good game last game, not so much so far today. Hopefully won't be required with the bat. We'll find out a little bit later. It's a big crowd as well here, Marie. We're having a great time. Nearly, I'm told, 10,000 people in the house today. It's a grey and slightly miserable day out there in Birmingham, but 10,000 people have turned up to watch this match. What will happen next? Well, there's only one man that can tell you. That is the main man, Mr. Adam Bridge. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Artif, as we prepare to come back. 188 is the target then for the Birmingham Bears. The team are assembled alongside. It's like those films, isn't it? Avengers assemble and suddenly you appear. Ollie Hammond-Dolby, look at that.
I'm back for more. Just as Rick Flash said there, the academy boys are just leaving the field there. A great little scheme that gets run every year during the Worcester and Bears T20 match. The academy fellas get out there in the middle and do a bit of catching and a bit of fielding under lights in front of a crowd, in front of the Holly stand, who hopefully give them a bit of stick and
do a bit harsh.
Oh, 100%. You know, you want a bit of fielding under pressure, so it's a great little scheme that gets run there every year by Paul Greetham in the academy. And the academy team are just exiting the field there, so hopefully they've had a nice little break and taken a few catches, which is good.
It must be quite a thing for you, you know, you want to practice your catching to come and do it under the lights with 13,000 people.
Oh, I can imagine it. A lot of schoolboys there who just finished school for the day, maybe got a week left of term. What are you doing tonight? I'm going to go shell a few catches in front of God knows how many brummies shouting abuse at me in front of the Holly stand, which is, like I say, great fun.
Tom Taylor is going to open up the bowling for the Rapids from this pavilion end. Let's just talk about that nasty M word called momentum. That final over, just will it send the Rapids out there with a spring in their step? Yeah, you presume so. I mean, there's some great striking there from Waity. As we talked about, there was a short edge all night, and you know he targeted that short edge brilliantly. Unfortunately for Garts, you know that can happen in T20 cricket, and he obviously got hold of him a little bit there. But yeah, Taylor opened the bowling here. As we suspected, Smith looks like he's done himself a mischief while batting and probably looked like he's not going to bowl tonight, which is a shame. Davo on strike, back opening the batting, and a wide first up. Swing there for Taylor. Some Taylor, yeah. Big in swing there. 2 for 36 last night against Leicester. How's his season been going, Aaron?
Really good, yeah. The Rapids leading wicket taker in this year's Blast. 14 wickets. The only issue is the economy rate. It's 9.22 runs per over, so again, just something to watch out for. He can be expensive at times, but he's also a very, very handy operator in the power play.
Here comes Taylor again, second ball, he's bowled him! Davis has gone. Taylor with it, looked like a bit of movement, but he's upended the Bears skipper, and the Rapids strike early. Second ball, just as the Bears did in the Rapids innings, and it's 1 for 1. Yeah, that was like some good in swing here. Let's see if we can see this again. Oof, jeez, that was hooped in. That's not a bit, is it? That is hooped in. That is big in swing there. That's a good ball, hard to play that. That's pitched way outside off stump, hasn't it? And it's hit middle. Yeah. Now he's a good all-rounder. Tom Taylor has obviously come from Northants. Played his previous cricket there, and has made the switch to Worcester. I think he got injured earlier on in the season. I think he had a horrible early pre-season. I think he had a collision on the field with another of their bowlers. I think maybe Gibson, and I don't know if he dislocated his shoulder or one of them was concussed and the other one dislocated a shoulder, and I don't know which one was which, but a horrible incident at Kidderminster in one of their warm-up games. But he's back now and bowling well by all accounts. That looked sharp to me, and it looked like it swung in prodigiously, and just what Worcester want really if they're missing Smith, who, as I mentioned previously, has probably been one of the signings of the summer, has bowled brilliantly for Worcester in all formats. So I think he broke a bail there as well. I just had to put a replacement bail out. It was that good a delivery. Bail breaker. Brings Dan Mosley to the crease. It does indeed, and I'm not going to. So 187 more required. Seems a long way off. However, plenty of time. Only one legitimate ball bowled so far, so we've had a wide and a wicket. Let's see what Dan Mousley can do. He always enjoys playing against this lot, although he didn't enjoy it at New Road, did he? No. No. That's for sure. Let's see what Taylor's got to offer then into Dan Mousley, and again that shape that he's offering up across the left hander this time. Absolute beauty.
Yeah, Worcester on the attack here. See they've got a slip in. Taylor sliding it across the left hander, and yeah, it's swinging here. Tough to face for these lefties. Got Rob Yates at the other end, happily sat on his bat thinking, glad I'm not down that end for now. Whilst it's swinging around like this.
Remember, a win tonight for the Bears secures top 4 and potentially, of course, will be securing that home quarter final already, which would be a terrific achievement. Well, Dan Mouse's way of dealing with that swing is coming dancing down the wicket to it. Again, no contact. And Rob Yates, I think, just calls him together for a little chat here, because this looks like it's going to be quite tricky.
Well, Dan is a modern young cricketer, and if I know Dan, I think he will say, I'm going to attack my way out of this. I don't think he'll think, oh, I'll sit here and just see Taylor off. I think he'll think, as we just saw, use my feet, whack him down the ground and try hit him out the attack.
He's having a look around the field as well. There's one slip and almost a kind of fly slip in place, and again outside the off stump he's beaten. Just that shape going across the left-hander.
Yeah, it's a good swing. It looks decent pace to me as well. Good swing. If you can get the white ball swinging early on in the innings and bowl a nice dry over here, then you're essentially making it into a 16 over game. It's exactly what Worcester wants. So tough to face this to any new batter at the crease, but to a left-hander in particular, swinging away from you is tough to get back on.
And also, when you've had an over like that, 34, you're trying to make that up across the other 17, aren't you? Which is almost at 2 runs and over to make up for such a massive over at the end of the innings. He's in again, and this time he does come down the ground and he gets some contact and he gets it away, and it's running towards that boundary rope, but it's not quite going to make it. It's going to be well fielded this time round. I think Jake Libby is on the subfielder.
Yeah, subfielder on for Smith there, and a nice bit of work.
But the Bears off the mark with the bat anyway. 3 for 1, 1 ball remaining in this first over, and it's going to be Dan Mousley back on strike, and they're going to change. Well, that's an interesting one. So he's going to come round the wicket with this shape that he's got so far. Trying to bring the stumps maybe a little more into play.
Perhaps.
Let's change the angle, particularly if Dan is looking to move around the crease and come down the wicket a little. Last ball of the first then. Taylor already with 1 wicket to his name, edged, and well, I'm not sure if it carried or not.
I think it fell just short. I think it's Ed Pollock at first slip there. I think it fell just short of him, but still swing there. The white ball can be very fickle. You've got nice swing as a bowler, and you feel like you've got it on a string, and the batter can hit it once, and it can hit the boundary board once, and for whatever reason, either if the ball goes out of shape or something happens, and it goes from swing to no swing pretty quickly. But as you can see there from Taylor, still a little bit of swing. Be interesting to see who bowls the opening over from the other end. I think it is this going to be Cobb. I think it is Josh Cobb who bowls some off spin. Boys, this big leg side boundary.
It's quite an interesting tactic though, isn't it? When you consider the way that ball's moved around, would you not be thinking, I need another seamer on if it's going to move around in that manner?
Perhaps, but I think the other seamer is going to either be Waite or Ethan Brooks, given that Smith's out the side. So yeah, Worcester obviously planning here with these 2 left-handers, perhaps thinking they could sneak a dry one or sneak a wicket here.
Well, Cobb is on then from that Birmingham ends. Shadows lengthening as that one's clipped back, and is he gone? He is! Yates is on his way, caught and bowled by Cobb, and we're in a similar scenario to what they faced at New Road.
That's a great catch. I can't quite tell how it's got back to him. Is it a leading edge? Is he trying to whip that into mid-wicket? It's a leading edge, but it's a great catch from Josh Cobb, one-handed up to high to his right. You're probably not expecting it to come back to you if you're watching someone try work it to mid-wicket, so it's a good catch, and a bit of work to do here for the Bears. 3 for 2, not ideal when you're chasing 180, 188 off set at 17 overs, but man for a crisis is Sam Hain, if you ask me, and he's a Bears legend in all forms of cricket, but specifically T20 cricket, as we see this wicket again.
It was a leading edge. It's almost like it span quite a bit, and
we talked about it being a silly option because it's swinging. I don't know if that was an arm ball that swung in quite a lot, so perhaps Cobb is swinging it just as good as any seamer. We saw Dan Mosley in the first half bowl bouncers as well as any other.
What did you make of that?
Loved it. Mouse actually bowled. We've seen him bowl very fast off spin. He's actually, I bet he bowls as quick as me off 2 paces. So when you've got a big leg side boundary like that, and Smith was clearly struggling on one leg, then why not? And he brought some good bounces there, didn't he? Good on him. It'd be nice to see the speed gun.
Oh, if only we had one of those, wouldn't it be fantastic? But that you wouldn't hear the last of it.
Oh, well, I don't think we'll hear the last of it anyway. The smile on Mouse's face there when he got that wicket, just, I think we're going to be hearing a lot about that. And I would hate for there to be a speed gun, because I think it would just confirm what I think, and he's probably quicker than me, and he only comes off 2 paces.
Haney's on strike then, 3 for 2. And we are after, 2 balls of the second over. Cobb in once more. Hayne just turns it round the corner, and that is probably going to run away towards the rope. The chase is on. It's going to be cut off just about. Adam Hose doing the fielding, and Haney's off the mark. 5 for 2.
Probably just a bit of rebuilding here needed for the Bears for the next few overs. You know, I think there's great stats around. If you lose 3 wickets in the power play, then you don't win many games. So if I know Haney, I think he'll probably just try batten down the hatches a little bit and take the game deep. You know, he'll always argue that if he's 30 off 30 balls, he can always make up for it later on.
And obviously he was one of the co-contributors to that record stand when these sides met earlier on in this campaign down at New Road in that run chase. 6 for 2.
Now, Mouse is a slightly different beast. He definitely, as I mentioned earlier, likes to attack. So it'll be very interesting here. 6 for 2 with a Mouse. Battens down the hatches with Haney, or if things no stuff it, I'm an attacking cricketer. I'm going to keep on attacking.
I'm kind of going to go with the second option there.
Yeah, I think he might.
Because and bearing in mind there's still Mo to come, and obviously Jacob, who's in the terrific form he's in, and Chris Benjamin as well. There's still plenty of options. They'll pick up another one into the leg side. 1 ball to come in Josh Cobb's first over. 7 for 2.
How do you go Taylor again from this end?
Got to, haven't you?
Surely. Be interested to see if the swing's still there now. Cobb's bowling over.
Well, if you were one of these, you'd be trying to get the ball to the rope, like you say, as quickly as possible, just to see if you can knock the swing out of it.
Hopefully
really,
get a bit of dew on it, or get it a bit wet, or just knock it out of shape a little bit. You'd be hoping to stop that swing.
Last ball of the second over then, and Haney will turn it into the leg side, and he'll just take the single. 8 for 2 at the end of the second over. And I'm guessing when you have the situation that they came into when these sides met at New Road, it probably does give you the confidence just to go, do you know what, we've been in big trouble before against this lot.
I'd even go further than that. I think last year at Trent Bridge, were we 7 for 4?
7 for 4, yeah. Shaheen Afridi over, wasn't it?
It was an unbelievable over, and we won from there. So, you know, obviously never ideal to lose early wickets, but I think this team has proven that they can win from any position, and we've got a long batting lineup, just as you mentioned. You know, Garton coming in at 8, Briggs at 9, but Bethel, Benjamin, Mousley, Hearn, you know, Ali, there's plenty of batting there. That, not great that we've lost early wickets, but equally we can win from the positions like this.
Have of course got the leading run scorer in the Blast this year as well.
Well, he's almost there. He's the leading one for the Bears. He's on 399 runs at the moment. Rishi Patel's on 401.
Is he?
Is that Sam Hain?
It is indeed. Of course, it's Sam Hain.
And interesting, they haven't gone with Taylor. They've gone with Matthew Waite.
So we're going to keep Taylor maybe. Let's see if Waite's managed to swing it as well. But Haynes cut that away, and that's going all the way to the ropes for 4.
And is he now the leading run scorer?
He is indeed, Mr. Anadol.
I was just preempting it, you see. That's all it was.
Outstanding broadcasting at Adamans. It's a great shot, isn't it, from Sam Hain. Rocks onto the back foot, carves it away for 4. Oh, it's just vintage Sam Hain, isn't it, that?
It is.
Timing.
450s already this season as well in this competition, isn't he? So he's in fine fettle, I think it's safe to say. He's on to 8, 12 for 2. Holly's getting into it. Atmosphere's picked up a bit as well, isn't it? The noise of the crowd just increasing as this run chase gets underway, having been stunned into a little bit of early silence.
And I think some of that swing perhaps has dissipated a little bit, not quite as prodigious as Taylor was getting it here. So perhaps, that ball softened up a little bit, or got a little bit wet, or gone a little bit out of shape, but not quite as much a swing as we were seeing early on.
You think back to Zach Fulks' first over, that, it was a really good first over. He beat the bat a couple of times, not with that prodigious kind of swing that we just saw from Taylor, but maybe enough movement, and then all of a sudden, once he'd gone out in the wet outfield, done. Wouldn't surprise you, would it? And Waite coming in with such confidence after that final over. Talking of confidence, down the crease, cut away, 4 runs for Sam Hain. who's decided he's not just going to ease through it, he's going to be quite aggressive.
Herney on the attack here. I like that from Herney. Down the wicket, giving himself a bit of room and slapping it over the offside straight towards the greenskeeper's shed for 4.
I know we joke about it and we talk about Bears eating pears and all the rest of it. When you play against this a lot, does it up the ante inside you a little bit?
Yeah, 100. I think you very kindly mentioned the video I did with the club going down for the previous fixture, Bears versus Pears, earlier this year. As Waite comes in again to Herney, keeper up to the stumps. Herney tickles this behind the square. Is it going to be 2?
Yeah, that'd be too easy.
2. Ethan Brooks feeling out there is very fast, very good fielder, Ethan Brooks. Yeah, it's a great rivalry. We obviously always want to beat Worcester. You're keen to win this game. This is probably our biggest fixture of the year, massive crowd in. But equally, there are a lot of good people at Worcester. We play them a lot. We're always playing them in the second team. As we've mentioned already, there's a lot of players on the field for Worcester who are ex-Bears, and there's a lot of coaches who are ex-Bears. And the club Worcester has been through quite a horrible time, if I'm honest, this year, with the flooding. With poor Josh Baker, with what's gone on there. As Herney chops it on.
He's out. He's got him. Waite gets rid of Hayne for 14 off 7 balls, and it's a 3rd down for the Bears. 18 for 3, and Sam Hayne's on his way.
And you can perhaps tell by the reaction there from Waite that they think that's a big wicket. I think that's a really big wicket. Herney looking to just slap it through the offside and chopping it on, unfortunately. And it brings Moeen Ali to the crease, who will know Worcester very, very well, and I'm sure will be very keen to get a score today.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? A batsman's reaction, and without a replay, the way Hayne was talking to the inside of his bat told you all you needed to know about how that wicket went.
Maybe just nipped in a little bit off the seam, not too sure. Sorry, but what I was saying is, you know, Worcester have been through a horrific time this year. It's been very well documented, and genuinely, as much as we want to win, also want to see Worcester do well, if I'm honest. You know, they're a good club full of good people. You know, and some of the stuff that they've had to deal with this year is not very nice, and something no one, I think, in the cricket world relishes seeing. So can only wish them all the best, albeit I hope we win tonight, although 18 for 3, it's going to be a hell of a good win from here.
I was going to say, it's going to be some run chase, isn't it? Last ball of the 3rd over, then Waite into Moeen Ali, who plays it into the offside. There's no run, 3 overs gone, 18 for 3. Worth noting as well today, Bears fans, Billy Abdullah has passed away, the legendary all-rounder at the age of 88. The club had learned earlier on today, so everyone's thoughts are with Billy's family and his friends this evening as well. That's Billy Abdullah, of course, former Bear, who has passed away earlier on today. Our thoughts are with his family and his loved ones. Josh Cobb is back into the attack here at Edgbaston, and he's dispatched to the boundary ropes by Dan Mousley. Just pulled that one away in front of square through mid-wicket, and Dan going on the attack, which is no great surprise. He's on to 7, 22 for 3.
No, it's a nice shot there for Mousley. Interestingly here, Cobb's coming over the wicket, which is interesting.
Just a constant change in thinking, trying to unsettle the batsman. Cobb has bowled well, and he's swept this time, and he's swept for 4. Well, I asked you the question about whether you rise to the occasion for these kind of moments. We know that Dan does like this fixture, doesn't he?
Well, I think Dan loves big crowds in general. He loves the energy. He's a big Aston Villa fan. Loves his football. I think that sort of footballer mentality is something he probably does have. And yeah, these big crowds he absolutely loves. I was interesting that he came over the wicket there. The reason I mentioned it is because he did have, as we've just seen on the replay there, short, fine leg and square leg up, and he's got long on out and deep mid wicket. So it's interesting that he bowled so full and slightly down legs. It's probably quite an easy shot to sweep. So the ball before that went for 4, where it's back of a length, he's sort of bowling more to his field there. So it'd be interesting to see what he does here.
Change of plan after back-to-back 4s. This time it's into the leg side. Just the one. don't suppose these two have batted together too often, would they?
No, probably not. Probably not. Mo obviously come straight back from the World Cup. Only finished a couple of weeks ago, and fair play to Mo. I think there's probably a lot of players who probably think, no, I'll have a bit of time off or go on holiday, but Mo's keen to play cricket, keen to get straight back out for the Bears, and fair play, he's sort of straight back into some big fixtures for the club. And if I know Mo, he's a bit like Mouse, he's probably not going to take a backward step, and it'll be interesting to see if he tries to take down the spin of Cobb here.
Oh, he struck him on the pad. Cobb's interested.
Sliding down leg, I think they're looking on the replay. Quite often off spinners like to take down other spinners, so it'll be interesting, like I said, to see if
I do like the way
Mo tries to take him down here.
Mo was just telling the umpire that he was right then, it was just going down and sliding away. Tries to get off the mark, but Josh Cobb is alert to the danger. And actually Josh Cobb, if he can get out with a dot or a single here, he's tidied up the back end of this over quite well.
Yeah, almost, it's very little spin there, almost it's like he's blowing just little in-swingers.
Into Mo once more, who again plays it back. It is another dot ball, so 9 went off the first 3 deliveries, nothing off the last 3, and with 4 overs of what is a shortened 5.1 over power play gone, it's 27 for 3 right now. Dance cams out around the arena, and the singing has started as well. I think the beer's been flowing for a couple of hours now.
Yeah, I'm getting that impression as well. As you mentioned, it's taken its time a little bit, this fixture, for various reasons. Bit of weather, a few stoppages. We are now 9:15, and there's plenty of time to go yet. So yeah, people in good voice in the stadium.
Yeah, it's warmed up nicely here. 27 for 3. Taylor back into the attack then. Partly maybe because they're thinking they want to try and get rid of Mo, and therefore you bring back your best bowler.
Yeah, Worcester on the attack here, 100%.
27 for 3 then, start of the 5th over. Taylor's back in. Mousey again has got something on that, and when it's half stopped, there'll just be a single. Not sure if it did come off any part of the bat. Yes, it did. And it's 1 more to the total, advancing down the wicket. What's Dan's top score this season, Aaron?
This season?
Yeah.
Would have been the 66 against Derbyshire. Or 66 not out technically, I'll give him the red ink next to it. It was a very good knock. But yeah, that is Dan's highest score this season, 66 not out. Had a decent season with the bat as well, actually. Yeah. He's just surpassed 250 runs for 2024.
Well, Mo turns that round the corner almost into the hands of short fine leg, but it did just bounce before.
There's one Adam Hose at short fine leg, and he's probably not normally feeling at short fine leg. I spoke to him before. He's got a bit of a sore groin at the moment, so he's perhaps hiding a little bit in the field. But he's 2 successive balls, 2 great stops there, because they could have easily both gone for 4. But unfortunately for the Bears, 2 great stops, and they've only either ball gone for a single each, which is good fielding by Jose.
Another 159 required for the Bears to be victorious over the Pears. Oh, Dan Mousley, what a shot that is! And he's picked that up beautifully.
Hell of a shot, giving himself room, presumably to go over the offside. Good bit of bowling actually by Taylor. He's followed Mouse, but Mouse is up to it, flicks it over fine leg for 6, and it's gone miles back. Hell of a hit from Mouse.
Certainly was. He loves to turn it on in this fixture, and he really has just picked that up beautifully. 35 for 3. He's on to 19 off 11. Moaning about the ball to the umpire, I think.
4 balls left of the power play. Mouse will definitely be thinking about how many runs he can get off these next 4 balls rather than just surviving.
How will Taylor respond? And he's just chopped down into the offside. One quick one.
Mouse giving himself a little bit of room again. Change of plan from Taylor, stuck with his heavy length around the top of the stumps, and cheeky little single there for Mouse.
I thought it was a fairly needless throw at the stumps from Rob Jones, who we haven't seen in this game yet because he didn't get a chance to do any batting, the former Lancashire man.
Yeah, always one of those frustrating ones. If that, as good as it looks, and you are providing energy in the field by winging it around, if that just clips a stump when the batter's miles in and goes for 4 overthrows, you're absolutely spewing as a bowler.
That's all it takes, isn't it? Mowing on strike then to Taylor, who's shown some good pace and good movement, particularly in that first over. Mo just straight back down the ground for a single, and I get the impression Mo is happy at this moment in time to just play second fiddle to Dan Mousey and let him do his thing.
Yeah, and a bit like I mentioned earlier for Haney, Mo's a chap we've all seen. If he's 10 off 20 balls or 10 off 15 balls, we all know that he can catch that up later on. Probably just getting his eye in, probably just getting used to this pace of this pitch. I think that was actually a really good slow ball there from Taylor. I think probably did Mo in the air with his change of pace, but Mo checked his shot and took a cheeky single, if I'm honest.
We're still 10 off the over so far, so it's been a decent over. The required rate at the moment 12.4 per over, so this is going to be a hell of a chase. It's going to be a roller coaster of a ride, that's for sure. Taylor to complete the over. Now Mousey makes some room, gets something on it, chance for a run out. Oh, and he's just missed the chance there.
Again, another slow ball. Look, I can't quite tell from here, but looked like a knuckleball to me. So Taylor obviously thinking that he's just saying there cutters. I don't know who was saying it to, but he's saying cutters. So clearly decided after his swing and after his pace in his first over, has decided to take the pace off there. It'll be very interesting to see if Worcester do the same. Obviously a bowler down with Smith, so 4 overs to find here, or maybe 3 overs given it's a shortened game for Hosey, the Worcester captain. As I mentioned, Smith has been a fabulous bowler all summer, so to replace his 3 high quality overs, he's going to have to find 3 overs from somewhere, so it'll be interesting to see what he does. If he uses Kashif Ali, who bowls some very good leg spin, Ethan Brooks, who bowls seamers and takes the pace off, or does something completely different. Cobb's done a great job so far by bowling 2 overs, it might have helped him already. But we've got Walsh into the attack, who, fair play to him. I was watching the footage from last night. He got a ball whacked back at him last night. It looked like it did some serious damage to his hand, whether it was a dislocated finger or something, but he's got himself sorted and he's back into the attack for the last ball of the power play.
It is the final ball of the power play, and it's pulled away by Dan Mousley, and it's going to be fielded on the ropes. They'll come back for 2, and that does complete the power play for the Birmingham Bears. And in comparison, the Rapids were 51 for 1, but courtesy of Dapperbet, we can see the Bears 40 for 3. So the Rapids slightly ahead at the end of the 5.1 over power play in this rain-affected game.
And I think that might have been a bouncer. Was that a bouncer to Mouse? Yeah, Walsh saying, you bowl bouncers at my mates, I'll bowl a bouncer at you, mate.
Walsh back in again. The leg is short, it's fast, it's whippy. And it's just going to be 1 to the total for Dan Mouse. I don't know whether you caught that earlier on the screen while you were talking, but it looks like there's a Scooby-Doo in the crowd who I think may have had too many Scooby snacks. just by the look of the behaviour that was going on away to our right-hand side.
Scoob and the Scoobers? Yeah, might be going.
Is that your best Scooby impression?
My wife absolutely loves Scooby-Doo. Oh yeah, absolutely loves it. And I think, was it the Mystery Machine?
Indeed,
yeah. Be interested to see what he's driven in Scooby.
I hope he's not driven in anything, given the state of him. Oh, Mo has got hold of that, is he? It's just short of the fielder. It was a very lazy shot from Moeen Ali. Ethan Brooks, I think, was doing the fielding on that occasion.
Yeah, it's actually a great effort there from Ethan. He's made great. It's one of those ones you could easily back off and say, "Oh, I'll just let him get a single," but he's tried to go for the catch there, and it's a great effort. There's a clear plan here. There's the leg side boundary to these left-handers is very big, and so far Walsh has almost banged it in the middle of the pitch, bowling fast leggies. So a clear plan from him. This one banged in again, but a little bit wider, and Mouse is able to cut it out to a deep point where Ed Pollock does the field in, mops it up and wangs the ball in.
Almost time for you to go. Do you want to give you a quick one more quick plug to your testimonial thing?
Yeah, raising money tonight for Cure Leukemia and the PCA Trust, who both do a fantastic job raising and helping out cricketers who've fallen hard times, or obviously people who contract a horrific disease. If you text Oliver 24 to 70970, you donate £5 to those 2 absolutely brilliant charities.
As you can see on the screen as well, if you want to scan the QR code, you can do it that way as well. Terrific. I hope the rest of the testimony goes well. I hope you'll come and see us again.
Oh, I'll be back.
You here Sunday?
I'll be here Sunday.
Oh,
if you want me, I'm here.
Hey, fantastic. Look at that. And no money's changed hands, which is brilliant.
No, my fee's generally a cup of tea and 2 hobnobs. And I've had that already, so I'm happy as Larry.
6 overs gone. Ricardo Gordon's going to come in and join us. 45 for 3 then as things stands. Ollie, thank you very much. Pleasure as ever to have Ollie Hannon-Dolby alongside us. So the chase then, 1-4-3 is the target that remains for the Bears to try and chase down if they're going to have victory against the Worcestershire Rapids tonight. They finished, if you've just joined us, on 187 for 6, 36 coming off 8 balls for Matthew Wade, and a chunk of those, 34, coming in that final over, which really shifted momentum in this game. Right, Ethan Brooks, who kind of almost got forgotten about at the end of that Worcester Rapids innings. He finished 30 not out, but the former Birmingham Bear will enter the fray with the ball. And how's his season gone with the ball?
Yeah, he's taken 5 wickets so far with an economy rate of 8. So again, decent option here for Adam Hose to utilise.
And he is a bit floaty up to Dan Mousley that time, who will get a single, moves on to 24. Score moves on to 46 for 3. Moeen Ali's on strike. Ricardo Gordon has arrived.
Hi Adam.
Hey.
Interesting start to this run chase.
Did you see that hooping ball that got the first wicket?
Massive in swing. Clear plan to probably cramp Alex for a bit of room there. First one missed it and it went far too down leg side, and then the second ball got spot on, pitched it outside off, and then clipping the top and middle, breaking the bail.
13.2 is the required run rate as things stand. 47 for 3. Now Mousley on to 27. Moeen's on to 5 off 9.
If the momentum of the game is anything to go off, I think going into last over needing 15-20 is not a problem. With the way the pitch is playing and the way how we got that dimension of the boundary as well, I think the Bears still back themselves here to chase this total down.
Jake Libby is on as the substitute fielder, who just picked up that one from Dan Mousley, who fielded it well.
Been loads of cutters here from Ethan, loads of slow ball variations, leg cutters, off cutters, back of the hand.
Slow one to Moeen Ali, who drills it down the ground.
Fielder runs round, picks it up, 1 run.
I mean, you can't argue with the tactics. I think that was the message that Tommy Taylor was passing on to Ethan Brooks, saying lots of cutters.
Interesting, right? Because it's a similar thing that the Bears done with the spinners in the middle, but probably a bit different, trying to line up a seamer, hitting him for 6 and 4, compared to knowing that the spinner's definitely going to bowl it slowly.
Now Mousley comes down the wicket in the air, but it's going to...
Hasn't got enough of it, dropped short of long on, 1 run only.
Couple of bounces into Tom Taylor.
Bears are going to have some heavy ammunition here.
Well, they put the 50 up, 1 ball remaining in the 7th over, 50 for 3. And remember, if you just joined us, Alex Davis was out for 0, Robbie Yates was out for 0. Sam Hain went for 14 off 8 balls, just as he looked like he was starting to motor. Moeen Ali on strike, cuts
Great
that
shot
away.
over point.
It's only going to be
held
2.
up in the outfield, 2 runs.
It's fielded by Rob Jones, completes the 7th over, 52 for 3.
They are.
It looks like we're going to see Hayden Walsh again at the pavilion end. Cracking atmosphere in here tonight, isn't there?
It's really electric now. The lights from the lampposts have really taken full effect here. The E's are nice and bright, shadows are fully extended. There's a great atmosphere here. Now the hollies are in full effect.
Yeah, the beer's been flowing, hasn't it?
Yeah.
There's no doubt about that.
Full flow now.
It's the way to spend your Friday night, this. What a weekend this is going to be as well. There's England, there's the All Blacks at rugby tomorrow as well, isn't there? We've got cricket here again.
Hashtag Summer 24. Great reverse sweep that from Dan Mosley.
Beauty. Don't forget we're back here against the Falcons on Sunday afternoon, and then it's the football on Sunday night. I mean, what more could you want? Terrific shot from Dan Mousley.
Giving it the fist bump to the clubhouse, to the dugout there, sorry. So he's clearly had a little bet on with somebody in there that he will be doing that. He's just a young man enjoying himself out there in the middle.
Isn't he always? He's on to 33. Loves playing against Worcester. 56 for 3. Moeen's on 8. 132 more required to win. How will Hayden Walsh respond? Got away fairly lightly in that first over. It's way down the leg side. There's absolutely no chance that's going to be LBW, but it does prevent the run. Certainly bowling it quick, isn't it?
Yeah, short and into. Then they're evidently trying to get him to hit it to the big leg side boundary.
Again,
he's gone again.
He's swept orthodox this time. Jones is coming round. They're going to get back for a second quite comfortably.
Yeah.
Good running. 58 for 3.
Great start to the over, 3 balls to go. You can sense that Worcester here know that they have to probably get a couple more wickets to really give themselves a chance to really win this game. Otherwise, the pitch looks evenly paced, but obviously with that shorter side boundary, it's not going to be an easy total to defend, especially if these two get set.
Yeah, swept again for a single. Decent over so far, 7 off the first 4 balls. These two have actually added 41 for this wicket now, of which Moeen's contributed 8 so far. But I like this. I think the more time, I'm sure I read a stat somewhere about the amount of time Mo spends in, then when he just starts to accelerate and away he goes. I may have made that up, but I like the sound of it, so we'll go with it. He's certainly taking his time today to just get himself in. And the thing is, when you know that Mo is going to explode, boy, does he explode. So
100%. I think he's just gauging himself as well. I think when you've played international cricket for a period of time, and you come to the county level, you just got to get used to the swing and the momentum and the feel of the game a little bit. And then once you're in, then definitely. And the way Dan's batting right here, right now, there's no need for Moeen to take any risks.
Dan's hit that hard. He's only going to get a single for it. Sometimes I feel a bit for him because he absolutely leathers the ball and he manages to pick out the field.
Either side, and that could have been 4.
Takes a lot of effort, doesn't it, sometimes?
Yeah.
There's no doubt about that. 61 for 3 then, 8 overs gone. A reminder as well, don't forget to click like on the stream. Let's give us the old thumbs up, click like and keep following our stream. Plenty of Bears content courtesy of Bears Den TV. We're back here again on Sunday as well, Sunday afternoon for the game against the Falcons. We're underway at 2:30, so we'll be on air just after 2 o'clock with the live stream. If you can't get yourselves down here, of course, maybe you are building up in preparation for the big game on Sunday night. Right, changing the bowling, and we're going to see the man of the moment with the bat, Matthew Waite, coming back into the attack. Has he done much with the ball this year? He's having a decent season, Aaron?
Well, he hasn't really played much cricket, to be honest, but he did have that career best of 5 for 21 yesterday.
That was, yes, we talked about that earlier, didn't we? It was a terrific bit of bowling yesterday.
It was at the death as well, which is exactly what you want, isn't it? Wickets at the death. Ricardo, you mention it all the time on comms, don't you? You want to take wickets, get that dot ball pressure. He has done that very well, and of course he's taken the early wicket today, so good day, isn't it, for Matthew Waite?
It's not bad. 62 for 3. Moeen's on strike on 9. The dark clouds looming around the Birmingham night sky, and Mo's just carefully turned that round the corner. It's a lovely shot for 4, so graceful, just waited for it. And it's one of those shots that you just kind of feel is synonymous with Moeen Ali.
Yes, elegant. He's showed his class there, waited on it really well, and then just helped it over short fine for 4. I think Worcester looking to do the same thing here, similar to what the Bears done. Change the bowlers up at one end, not allowing the batters to settle at all. But first 2 balls they've gone for 5. Bowlers under a bit of pressure here.
1-2-2 off 52 balls. Sounds like a tall order, but we have faith. This time he's hit that one hard and high and over the fielder at gully. It's going to run away towards the boundary rope. Not going to get there because they'll gather together and do a bit of relay fielding. Safely back for 2 though.
3.
Oh, 3 should I say?
3 ran there.
Yeah, well, you don't see many.
Running brilliantly well there.
Many threes in T20.
Not at all. Dan's really showing the energy and the intensity there.
He looked quite tired as he got back for the 3rd, I won't lie. 69 for 3.
I'm pretty sure he's chomping at the bit here. Loves the big stage. Dan
He's a showman, isn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, I love that about him. Yeah. He is an absolute showman, as we said earlier. When I saw him downstairs, he said, "I'll be up there tonight. Don't you worry." And he's trying to keep his promise to me here, I think. Cut away, toe end of the bat. Just going to be 1. No, they're coming back for 2.
Him on.
He has taken him on. He has, indeed. And the pressure on the thrower there, because the throw wasn't the best.
Yes, it's not probably with the rain that's fallen. It's not the easiest of outfields. tonight. Being a bit greasy, the ball coming to you could snake a little bit, and when it's snaking, you're not quite sure, do I attack it, do I sit off a little bit? So yeah, that can happen.
And no-risk cricket has brought them 10 off the first 4 balls. And I think that's the key to this, isn't it, really? 2 balls to come in the over. Just going to be 1 more to the total. And again, if they're ticking around the 12 and over, it's not going to be far off, bringing you towards the end of the run chase. So
I can tell you this right now. The happier the camp would be the Bears, knowing that if we go into the last over needing 17 to win, they're backing themselves to chase that down with the short
what we
boundary.
witnessed earlier, yeah,
definitely. Especially if we're only 5 down.
Taylor in again. Oh, and he's bowled him. Mo's gone. Off stump departs. He's out for 16, and the Bears lose a 4th wicket. And how much damage has that done to their hopes of chasing down this big Worcestershire total? Mo's on his way, bowled by Waite for 16, and boy, Matthew Waite is having some night.
Option there from Mo, looking to help that over to the short leg side boundary. Just probably played across it a little bit too much and ends up losing his off stump. Brave bowling that from Matthew Waite, bowling it straight, considering that short leg side boundary. You can clearly see what Moen was trying to do there.
Yep, straight and full, wasn't it? And it brings Chris Benjamin to the crease, so they're keeping Jacob Bethel back. Probably quite sensible given what might be required at the end of this innings.
I think that's also with the left-hand, right-hand combination as well, Adam. You know, with the short boundary on either side, one for the left-hander, one for the right-hander as well. And on top of that, as you said as well, we know what he can do towards the back end of a chase.
Well, we all want Benjamin to come up with a good knock. Last time we were here, Aaron, he did play the supporting role to Jacob Bethel incredibly well, didn't he?
He did, but it's been a tough season, to be honest, for Chris Benjamin. 56 runs, averaging 9.33. I mean, if there is a night to have a big knock, it's this night, isn't it? Your team are in a bit of trouble. Derby day, under the lights. I really hope that Chris Benjamin does get a score here.
116 required off of 48 more deliveries. 72 for 4. Dan Mousey is on 41. He's on strike. And it's Josh Cobb who's coming back into the attack from the Birmingham end. 8 overs remaining. Just tucks up Mousey again, but he'll get himself a single with a bit of a short arm jab, and it brings Chris Benjamin onto strike. And it's one of those nights where we need a contribution from him, don't we?
Yeah. And from what I've seen of him in the 100 and the respective T20 tournaments that he's played in, he's a man for the big stage as well. He loves the crowd, he loves to perform. So hopefully tonight he can show us that class that he has.
And he's gone for it
there we
straight
go.
away.
First ball, 6 runs over deep mid wicket.
Dropped in the crowd.
We'll let them off.
Your excitement for a drop in the crowd.
It's a damp ball. We'll let them off. I mean, that's a great start from Chris Benjamin.
Statement. It's a statement.
Short boundary, sweep for 6 is probably a fairly safe shot at this point, isn't it?
Properly connected with that as well. Lovely, sweet timing of the bat.
79 for 4. Benjamin's off the mark. More, please. Thank you. Cobb once more. Tries to go again, gets the toe end of this one and gets it much straighter. They're just going to be 1 this time. Benjamin's frustrated. I think he's
fancying himself. He's fancying his chances there with the off spinner, bowling it into him. Even though he's bowling it around the wicket, he backs himself to really fetch it from outside off stump and deposit it into that short leg side boundary.
Cobb again to Mousey this time.
Well
sweeps,
swept.
but it's just going to be 1.
Yeah, swept, picked up behind backward square there by Rob Jones. Great start to the over.
81 for 4. It is a really good start. Mousey on to 43. Benjamin on 7, of course. So 9 off the first 4 balls. Again, 1 more boundary in this over and it will be a successful over for the Bears. Benjamin into the offside just for 1. Ethan Brooks does the fielding. I mean, they were energised for a minute there, Worcester, weren't they, by that wicket of Marine Ali. But again,
That 6 from Benjamin just seemed to just push them back a bit.
I'm guessing when you've played them once already and you have them at 7 for 3 and you end up losing the game, it again,
Shot.
That's a shot that is.
That's a fantastic shot.
Really is from Dan Mousley. He moves on to 47. He's delivering against, and I'll give you some time on this one. His scores against Worcester, do you have them all nailed down? What's he got against Worcester in this fixture?
Quite a lot of runs, and this is one of my favourite stats of the night, to be honest, Adam. I'm so glad that you've passed it to me here.
1 second, let me quickly do the Dafabet comparison after 10 overs, because this is actually quite interesting. Rapids 94 for 3. The Bears are 86 for 4, so they're only 8 runs behind. Now, bearing in mind we've got that massive final over to deal with, they just need the fact they've closed the gap a little bit. I think is quite encouraging. Right, let's get back to those scores.
Well, it's incredible. 1 in 5 of Dan Mosley's runs in T20 cricket have come against Worcestershire. I just think that is a great stat, isn't it?
It is.
And yeah, some big scores. 193 runs at 48.25. You look at the strike rate, 162.18. He's got a couple of 50s. He just loves facing the Worcestershire Rapids. So I think you nailed it on the head, to be honest, Adam. He's a big game player, isn't he? He plays up to the crowd. He loves being thrown the ball in those pressure scenarios. And a match like tonight, he's probably got some mates in the crowd, probably some from Kenilworth Wardens as well. And
his home club, Nether Whittaker.
That'll be over.
Oh, well played there from Benjamin. Skip on the ball.
That's good.
Yeah, skipped on for 4 there. Brooks tries a little cutter and Benjamin waits and helps it down the leg side. That Dafabet score, what would be interesting to see is same stages. Yes, we've lost 1 more wicket, but did they have a set batter in at that time?
That's a very good question. We'll get Aaron to have a look through the card and try and work that one out. I think they may not have at that point, actually.
Well, technically Ethan Brooks.
Oh, okay.
I think Ethan Brooks was just starting to get into his innings at that point, and then of course they had the late blitz from Nathan Smith. But
you've got to look at these two with potentially Bethel to come in. If these two can put something together, that's down. It's 4. He's picked his spot absolutely perfectly, Chris Benjamin. And actually, what I like about this is his attitude to this. It's almost like, look, we need runs. I've not been in the best of form, so I'm just gonna see if I can hit myself back into something decent.
Fearless. Absolutely fearless batting, and this is what he's known for. So he's doing what he's known for. Chris Benjamin, we all know, great striker of the ball. When he's batting at his fluent best, he's very confident, very commanding, and he's walked out first ball, smacked it for 6 over deep mid wicket, and it just seems like he's been in form all season.
94 of 40 balls. Benjamin still on strike, goes again into the same gap, not as high in the air this time, and it's not cut off. It's 4 more.
Still gone for 4.
3 boundaries in a row off Ethan Brooks by Chris Benjamin.
So the ploy to bowl slow balls into the wicket is not working here for Ethan Brooks. Let's see what he's going to do. Let's hopefully here we can get our 34 run over early out in the piece.
Well, you never know. 12 off the over so far. Benjamin's on to 20.
Ball change
from 6 balls, and
potentially.
Well, I think it is going to be a case of they're looking at the ball. They're having a little fiddle with it and dry it before, so we're gonna have a moment for a ball change. I think Dan Mousey's saying, well, is this a good time for us to have a drink as well? With 10.3 overs gone on this reply, 98 for 4, chasing 188 for 6. If you have just switched on, where on earth have you been? Because you missed some monumental hitting at the end of the Rapids innings. 36 off 8 balls from Matthew Waite, including 34 off George Garton's final over. Kashif Ali with a good contribution as well with about Ethan Brooks 30 not out as well. And then in reply, well, a terrific start for the Rapids with Davis going bowled by Taylor with an almighty swinger from outside off stump. Yates was out, caught and bowled by Cobb. We lost Hayne for 14, Moeen Ali for 16, both of those bowled by Matthew Waite, who was the star with the bat at the end of the Rapids innings. And then it's been a repair job from Mousey and Benjamin ever since, and that's why we're here at 98 for 4, scoring at 9.3 and over, which with the game reduced to 17 overs isn't quite going to be enough, but you feel momentum is just starting to get with this Bears side under the lights in front of thousands here at Edgbaston. What is a terrific atmosphere.
Hollis is rocking.
When is the Hollies not rocking? Test match coming here in a couple of weeks' time as well, and we know how much they love it here. Benjamin into the offside, just going to be 1. 99 for 4.
Intelligent batting, that I really like that. You know, bit of break in your momentum. You can look to go again, and then you just caught a little bit cold. Intelligent, take a lovely single, go down the other end, have a little bit of a breather, and give it to the other man that he's smoking it all over the park.
Well, also 13 off the over so far, so it's been a good over to date. What more can they add? Dan Mousley comes down the wicket and then drives into the covers just for 1. He's a busy boy, is Rob Jones, out on this boundary in front of the Hollies. Because not only when you're in front of the Hollies you're going to get plenty, but he's seeing plenty of the ball as well.
Yeah, 100%. Safe, running around a lot there, saving a lot of threes and potential boundaries. 100 up.
It is. The 100 is up. 10.5 overs.
This is the interesting thing. I made a note of this. I'll say at the end of the over.
In comes Brooks, last ball of the over.
Oh, what
Benjamin's gone big. Oh, he's out. He's caught on the ropes. He went big. Tom Taylor takes the catch. And at the end of the 11th over, the Bears lose wicket number 5. And Benjamin's on his way for 21.
He was there. He was there
Strike rate was
for
300 it was. But the Bears are 100 for 5.
Well, shall I make my point? Because the point I wanted to make was Worcestershire were 96 for 5 in 10.4 overs. And they actually brought up their 100 in 11.2. So it was that late over blitz, wasn't it, from Nathan Smith and Ethan Brooks, and the death over fireworks from Matthew Waite. This game is not over yet. Obviously, the momentum is with the Rapids. We can't deny that. We can't be deluded. They are definitely the favourites to win this game from this position. But on this surface, there isn't too much for the bowlers. The Bears have got plenty of batting with the likes of George Garton, with the likes of Jacob Bethel, Zach Fultz, Jake Lintott. Danny Briggs has a career best of 35 not out in T20 cricket. So there's still runs.
I'm telling you now, if we get to Danny Briggs, we're cooked. We're cooked if it gets to Danny. I love Danny.
Briggsy, don't listen, mate.
But if we get to Danny, I think we're cooked. 100 for 5, 6 overs to go, 88 required off 36 balls. So, Mousley is joined by Jacob Bethel. What a season he's having. What a game he had down at New Road. Can he go to the well for the Bears once more? Short, Mousley into the leg side. 1 more to the total. 101 for 5. 87 required. Bethel's on strike. Just talk me through Jacob's season.
Incredible. 280 runs, averaging 46.66, strike rate of 162.79. Great prospects, outstanding cricketer, but again, big effort needed if the Bears are to get across the line.
Indeed. That's the key. 101 for
Well
5.
played.
He's off the mark. Into the leg side.
Firm punch off the back foot there into deep mid wicket for 1.
You keep telling me whenever we work together we don't lose.
Hey. I said we often win.
That's not what you said earlier.
I said we often win.
Okay, we often win. Well, we'll see.
I said we haven't suffered an L in our time working together so far.
Well, look, we got 3 more balls together before we reach that point. So let's have this good luck thing going on for a little bit longer. It's a 50 for Dan Mousley. 34 balls.
Great knock. Great innings
It really is a good knock.
Very mature.
Incredibly. Second 50 of the season in the blast
and
as well.
7th career for Dan Mosley.
And how many against Worcester again? Just remind me. Oh, what a shot that is!
What about that for a shot?
For Jacob Bethel. Well, the reverse switch, really, isn't it?
Reverse pull.
Yeah, reverse pull, reverse, whatever you want to call it. He does it incredibly well, and it's 4 more to the total.
It is. That's an outrageous shot, isn't it?
The confidence of these young batters walking out. That's his second ball. St. Benjamin hit his first ball. Bethel hitting his second ball. It's ridiculous. That's why as a fielding unit you have to keep taking wickets.
107 for 5. In he comes again to Bethel.
Wide.
Who misses that
Not
down
wide.
the leg side. I think his movement there probably has put Graham
Where he
off.
started. It's where he started. He didn't start down the leg side.
Listen, I'm as biased as the next man, but I think that's all right. Here he comes again. Bethel cuts it away. There's no run. Dot ball. That's actually really good at the end of the over that time from Hayden Walsh. 7 from it, Ricardo. It's been a pleasure.
Cheers, Adam.
He's going to move in alongside. So after 12 overs, I mean, here's that interesting Dafferbeck comparison again. The Rapids are 108 for 5. The Bears 107 for 5. Now, we all know what happened in over 17. The question is, can the Bears gradually make up those additional runs between now and over 17, i.e. the next 4 overs or so? Let's see. Hey Jude is ringing out. We could be at the football on Sunday night there.
Yeah, it's sounding good, isn't it? Hollies are loving it, and I think they're loving this intent, as am I, from Mousey and Bethel. I think the future of Birmingham Bears and the future of Warwickshire County Cricket Club and these 2 young batters.
Your mate Cash was doing a lot of bowling in the warm-up, and we've not seen him with the ball. We thought he might
get him on,
get a little run out. Instead, it's going to be Tom Taylor who's coming in. They're trusting pace far more than the Bears did, and we'll see whether that
might be a
strategy
matchup for these 2 batters. They're both pretty good against spin, aren't they?
Could be. Mousey on strike then. He's got his 50. Turns that into the leg side. Is it going to go all the way to the ropes? It's not. That's a really decent bit of fielding that time. They will come back for 2 though.
I tell you what, it looks really fun to field out there. When you can slide that far
without getting grazes.
Without getting grazes, it makes fielding so much more fun. You can put an early dive in, and you look great as well when you save the boundary. It's nothing worse when it's dry and you just face plant the floor. You got nowhere to slide to.
Bears women's skipper Marie Kelly joining us then for the conclusion of tonight's T20 blast tie. 109 for 5, 79 from 29 required. Full toss. Bethel, has he got all of that? Yes, he has got all of that. Of course he's got all of it. In fact, it's Dan Mousley, I think, as opposed to Bethel, who's got that for a massive 6.
Yeah, he's looking at the umpire, asking if it was a no ball, but I think it just dipped. He's going to have to settle for just the 6.
Just the 6,
Just the 6, but we'll take that.
That really was a terrific shot. Yeah, my error. I only ran a single for the first one, but they did get 2. So 8 off the first 2 deliveries of Taylor's over. I mean, this man was hooping the ball in that first over that he bowled in this innings, and now.
Well, I think they missed the trick by not putting him on again. I don't understand it at all.
115 for 5, 58 for Mousey, who comes outside his crease, tries to hit it into the leg side. It'll just be 1 this time, as it's fielded on the boundary successfully by Hayden Walsh.
Yeah, I understand not wanting to bowl bowlers in 2 kind of long spells, but when you've had a very successful wicket start and you've had a couple of wickets, you've got fresh batters anyway. So I don't really understand it. You're basically bowling again, aren't you, from the start?
Well, you're a skipper. I mean, you have a better understanding than we do, and I thought it was a bit strange.
100%, I'd go again. I don't like giving bowlers 3. I think that's too many in a row, but I 100% would have turned to Taylor again.
Well, here he is now getting to bowl at Bethel outside the off stump. It's just carved away. Just got a bat on it, really. Didn't really have to add much more to it, the pace that Taylor is bowling at this moment in time. It's 1 more to the total, so 10 off the first 4 balls, 71 off 26. So I'm just trying to work that down into overs. So we're almost at the point where we're at like 17, 18 and over.
16.3 around about that.
I should have known you'd know that number.
Afraid to say it, but I feel like they need 1 big over like the Rapids did. You need an over to go for 28-30 to kind of get the rate down to anything achievable.
As he again moves right outside of his crease to give himself some room. Taylor follows him. It'll just be 1 again. And again, Rob Jones is on fielding duty on this boundary in front of the Hollies. 118 for 5. Mousey on to 60, Bethel on to 6. Again, another conversation between the 2 of them, between every single ball. And this is the last one of the over. 70 off 25.
Yeah, it doesn't sound a too pretty equation. I know they're going very well, but that just seems a little bit out of reach, would you say?
No, because I'm a confident, happy person who feels that we're going to win on Sunday night, and these boys are going to win now. And that's a dot ball, and it completes the over. 118 for 5. When Sweet Caroline is blasting out.
I had to really resist the urge to belt that down the microphone.
Thank
to all
goodness.
you listeners.
118
like that.
for 5, yeah. No, we're fine. 4 overs remaining, 70 required. This is going to be some effort and some chase. Strap yourself in, because if they get close to this is going to be a hell of a ride for the next 24 balls. Probably about, 20 minutes, maybe 15 minutes.
Absolutely. Well, Mousley's sticking to what he said to you earlier, didn't he? He said today was his game. He is proving it so far. Hopefully he can go all the way and get a match-winning knock.
Waite already got a couple of crucial wickets. He's back into the attack, and it's Mousley again who plays that for 6, just about over the ropes, dissects the 2 fielders brilliantly, Dan Mousley, and it's 6 more to the total. 124 for 5.
He's looking good, is Mousley. Very clear on his options here. I know that's a big boundary, but big boundary means big gaps. So he's picked that perfectly. He's moving around, setting himself ready. I think he's looking to attack the shorter side, and then when a bowler follows him, he's just picking the gap beautifully like he did then.
How will Waite respond? 6 off the first ball of the over. Mousley on strike, goes 4 this time, and he digs it out into the offside. It's the short boundary, so they only get a single, because it's going to be well fielded that time by Walsh.
Yeah, you can see that the plan's pretty clear here from the Rapids. I think earlier they were trying to sort of slow a ball into the pitch, which didn't quite work on that longer boundary, and now they look like they're going, every second ball a Yorker they're attempting. A few low fullies have crept out because of the slippy ball, but they are clearly trying to go with the Yorker here.
63 required, 22 balls remaining. Bethel on strike, he looks to go into the gap on the leg side. He gets a little too straight and immediately picks out Libby, I think, who's fielding. No, it's not Libby. Eyesight's
Ethan Brooks.
It's starting, it is Ethan Brooks.
Yeah,
just 1 more to the
77.
total. Yep. Trying to work out where Libby was actually. He's got number 2 on his back, hasn't he? He'll be lurking somewhere. 126 for 5.
Yeah, it might be a long off for long on. Can't quite see that far.
8 off the first 3 deliveries. As he tries to reverse it, and in the end, the keeper's standing up, whips the bails off. There's no run.
And it's also not a wide, as he reversed his arms, not his feet, but his arms. Still not a wide now.
So Waite has just gone a little bit fuller, hasn't he? In the manner that he got.
He's just trying to cramp him and not give him his arms at all, which I think is probably the right option to these two, as they're both putting the shorter stuff away.
126 for 5. 2 balls remaining in the over. And it comes that down the leg side. Well, no.
In between them, he moved. In between bat and pad.
It's a tough ask to get a wide from Grant Lloyd. He's still down on one knee. I think saying to him, "You sure that's not a wide?" But it was his movement. And Waite's responded brilliantly here with the last. Well, in fact, he's responded brilliantly since that first 6, hasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely.
Just 2 off the last 4 deliveries.
Yeah, I mean, in this stage of the game, to bowl a couple of dots. And we've just had a bit of a field change here. We've got deep covers just moved a little bit further behind. Not too much, just quite a minute movement to stop the game for.
And comes Waite again. Last ball of the over. As he gives himself room again, it's once more. It's down the leg side, but because he moved across.
Yeah, I agree with the umpire there. Like, I know I'm a batter and I'm probably biased towards that, but the rule is it has to be where you started, and they both set up, both him and Bethel, with quite a wide stance outside leg. Therefore, if he steps inside, if it had stayed in that position, it would have hit his pad, and that's the rule.
Wouldn't mind being a fly on the wall in that conversation right now between those two. 62 off of 3 overs. So what? 20? It's 21 and over, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a lot.
We're going to be pedantic. It's 20.66, I think, something like that. But so the question is, how do you go about that? Is it 1? Do you look for 1 over as a batter, and you go, actually, if we can get a 34, then all of a sudden it's 28 off 2, which is far more gettable.
I actually just think it's pretty simple for them now. They just have to. It's just boundaries every ball.
And it's this over, isn't it? With into the leg side.
Yeah, any chance you've got a shorter side.
So this will be overs 15 and 17 will be going to that leg side. So what can Bethel do? Taylor's going to be the bowler, and he ends up having to carve it out into the offside. It's high in the air. Jones is underneath it and takes the catch. And Bethel's on his way for just 7 tonight. The Bears lose a 6th. 126 for 6.
And he had to go. He had to go for it, of course. Just just too much left for him to do. I thought he started so brilliantly with that awesome intent to switch hit on his second ball, but starved of the strike, I guess, in that previous over. He knew straight away, didn't he, that was gone.
Well, Taylor's experienced enough to just hide that ball outside the off stump, isn't it? I mean, he'd already made some room for himself, but again, it just allowed Taylor to put it slightly wider.
Absolutely, and this is the game of bluffs now, and whether you set yourself for certain balls, whether the bowlers kind of play to that, or whether they double bluff and go back to their plan A.
Zachary Fawkes is the new batsman at the first ball 6 against Yorkshire.
So he can do it.
Certainly can. Don't forget to hit like on the live stream, by the way, and subscribe to our YouTube channel to keep following us here at Bears Den TV. That's all you need to do is hit that like button. 126.46.
What info have you got for us on
Zach Fawkes?
Yeah,
interesting player, to be fair. Averages 18.5 in T20, strikes at 130.58, and would like to see a repeat of that shot against Yorkshire. That was absolutely ludicrous. From what I was told in the stands, it actually cleared Part Headingley.
Wow.
Massive shot.
And that's a big ground, isn't it? Fawkes is on first ball, turns it into the leg side, could be out. First ball, no. Jones slides in, just becomes 1.
that was really well fielded in the end. I think obviously going for the catch was the right option, but then whilst his feet and legs were on the floor, he almost went palms up to protect his face and collected the ball pretty smoothly. Very well fielded.
Protect the face would be my first option on all occasions.
Absolutely, but that's just showing you how far you can slide there, and it makes it a lot easier for yourself.
Really greasy surface out there still, isn't it? 127 for 6. Mostly on strike. Taylor's in. Again, it's cut away straight to Jones again. Busiest man on the outfield.
Yeah, I thought Jones might have gone for that again, but a little bit flatter there from Mousley. Anything either side of that, and it's 4 runs.
Well, whoever's taking the trophy home tonight, and I think I know where it's going, I do hope they get some Brasso on it, because it is looking a bit grubby. It needs a polish.
Does it? Have you seen it?
I have. I think no one takes responsibility because it goes between the two, the Norman Gifford Trophy.
Where is it pitch side at the minute?
I presume so. OHD was looking after it when he came back from New Road. Fawkes is gone. Taylor's picked up a third. And that probably is the end of it for the Bears, you would feel. 14 balls remaining, 60 required, but a 7th wicket down. And it is 128 for 7. Fawkes has gone for 1.
Yeah, absolutely. It just shows that last over, 34 runs. Absolutely game-changing. I do think Ethan Brooks's innings was particularly important as well. He kind of came in at a tricky time and steadied the ship a little bit and allowed a little bit of a platform for Waite to come in, but an unbelievable innings that only 34 runs, but coming off that quickly. 36 off 8 was it in the end? 428 strike rate, unbelievable.
Well, and also, it's not just that, it's the momentum change.
Absolutely, yeah.
Because at that point, we entered that final over going, actually, if the Bears have a good over here, 100%. They could keep them under 160 or 162, 63, which would have gone, okay, that's fine. But when you score in the brutal manner in which he did...
It's just deflating, isn't it?
Well, you saw how Gartz was at the end and everyone coming up to him and, you know, because that's difficult to deal with and take. I mean, here he is now. Maybe he can do the same. Who knows? He's got a decent strike on him. Yep. But
absolutely.
Taylor here has bowled quite cleverly, hasn't he?
Yeah, it's 100% been the pick of the bowlers. The way he started off, that ball was amazing. How much it swung in. I'm completely astonished they didn't give him a second over. I think if a Seamus moving it that much and creating that many opportunities, then
it looked like it pitched around 5th stump and then
literally,
suddenly hit middle and off. But here's Taylor in again then. And this time it's Garton who gets the touch. Oh, he's got the run out. Dan Mousley is run out. Trying to get through for the single, and it's certainly a night for Tom Taylor.
What a touch.
3 wickets to his name. And maybe he should be on his way to Berlin, who knows. But that's a terrific strike with his right boot. And Dan Mousley is run out for 68 of 44 balls. And the Bears, 128 for 8.
It's all getting worse for Garton, isn't it? He's not had the best night at all. It can happen. I hope he can bounce back next game. And hopefully he can just forget this.
Do you have days sometimes when you just wish you'd never put your kit on?
Yeah, 100%. I think if you're a cricketer and you've never had one of those days, then I'll be very, very surprised. We love the sport and we hate the sport at the same time.
Dan Mousley, despondent as he wanders off as well.
I think just going back to just before that last over, I was actually thinking how calm the Bears looked and how they were like, okay, they've got some runs, but it's fine, we can manage this. And then that last over, like I said, just shifted the momentum, and you could just see the deflation and the kind of arms and heads dropping a little bit. And
your hopes get up, don't you, when Benjamin and Mousley were going so well? You thought, okay, because it needed someone to keep that momentum going. The moment you lose a wicket, if actually someone can't just keep that momentum. Well, I said that if Danny Briggs come in, we didn't have a chance. I think I may have been proved right there.
Yeah, unfortunately, Adam. I do just have a nice little stat about Dan Mousley, though, because I love nice round numbers. Exactly 1,000 T20 runs.
Has he? Congratulations.
Last ball of the over, and it's Danny Briggs who'll play it out into the offside. He's got a boundary for 4. Lovely shot from Danny Briggs, who takes advantage of that short boundary. The over's done, and it's 132 for 8, 56 required off the last 12 balls. I might be proved wrong. You know, Danny Briggs might just prove us all wrong here. 56, 12 balls, 28 and over. I mean, look, stranger things have happened.
Absolutely. We were just saying off air, in the first innings we had the Rapids hitting towards the shorter side on the last over, which is fairly kind of simple game management, really, and that can be the difference between finishing a game well and going into that second innings with a real lack of momentum.
Here we go. Garton on strike then. Waite to bowl, and he's bowled him. What a night Waite is having again. Helps himself to another wicket, and Garton's on his way. And I think George Garton would happily see the back of Matthew Waite tonight. 3 for 29 to go with his 36 off 8 balls earlier. It's a night to forget for George Garton. He's bowled for naught, and it's 132 for 9.
Absolutely, and you can really see how happy the Worcester boys are. They're really up for this here, and like OHD said earlier, after the turbulent, terrible times they've had, particularly at the start of the season, I am pleased for them and for them as a group that they're kind of coming together and putting in these good performances. Obviously, we all here want the Bears to win tonight, but it is great to see a team that has gone through such awful, difficult times kind of come together and reap the rewards of staying together.
Here's Jake Lintop, 132 for 9 then. They might not see out the 17 overs here. Well, we know that the Lancashire result earlier, and the no result, should I say, meant that a win would have put them into the quarterfinals with a home draw. What's happened in that Northants game, is that?
Yes, that has finished. Leicestershire won.
Okay.
So the key for the Bears really is net run rate.
Okay.
To be honest, at this point in the season.
So if they lose, they might still
Not tonight. Not quite tonight. Potentially Sunday.
So Sunday here against the Falcons, and he's out. LBW Lintott goes first ball, and it's a win for the Worcestershire Rapids. They've won by 55 runs. The Bears are all out for 132. Lintott's out for first ball, and what a night for Matthew Waite. Last night he took 5 for 21 against Leicester. Tonight he's taken 4 for 29 against the Bears and scored 36 off 8 balls, including that 34 in the final over of the innings. We talk about a bad night for George Garton. What a 48 hours for Matthew Waite.
Honestly, unbelievable. He will be so happy with those performances. Like we said earlier, some days you hate the sport, but some days you absolutely love it. And Matthew Waite will be on that side today of the sport that he absolutely loves. You can see the joy in his face. He has put in an absolutely outstanding performance today. There's 36 off 8 balls. Let's repeat that again. 36 off 8. 428 strike rate, and then to take 4 for as well to top it off. What a night for Waite.
And next time he picks the ball up, he's bowling for a hat-trick. So
absolutely. I mean, does that count? Do we have that debate? Would that count? I don't think it would.
No,
I don't
not
think
a chance. Not a chance.
Okay, so if I as a batter scored 99,
oh no,
not
that's
out,
two different things.
and then the next game I get 1, do I raise my bat for a century?
Okay.
No.
I'm not entertaining
I
that
disagree.
conversation. Marie, it's been a pleasure.
Stand firm.
You and your badgers stand together over there in the corner. Not the night we wanted, not the night we dreamed of. Dan Mousley top scores for the Bears with 68. Chris Benjamin with a decent 21, Moeen Ali 16 and Sam Hain 14. They're the only ones that made it into double figures. Tonight belongs to the Worcestershire Rapids, and it belongs in particular to Matthew Waite. They've got a 55-run victory, a first win in 5 against the Birmingham Bears. We'll do it all again on Sunday afternoon on Bears Den TV. Of course, the Falcons are at Edgbaston. Get yourself down here for a great afternoon of cricket before the football. We'll sum up what's happened tonight with Atif Nawaz in a few moments' time. But it's finished here with a 55-run victory for the Worcestershire Rapids.
Well, there we go. The Worcestershire Rapids have won the game here at Edgbaston today by 55 runs. It was always going to be a tough chase for the Bears. That last over, that cost them 34 runs. It felt like it swung the momentum. Not a great result for the Bears. Some good performances in the middle, though. Recorder Gordon alongside me. Recorder, I mean, where did it all go wrong for the Bears today?
I think a bit of game management there. I think obviously 1 over going for 34 doesn't really help. But I think also bowling that last over towards a shorter side, it makes it quite hard to defend. And considering the amount of spin that we bowled on what seemed to be quite a flat wicket, and friendly seam wicket, to be honest. Seemed that way.
Seamers did quite well. Yeah, the first few overs, the ball was doing all sorts.
Yeah. So I would have potentially wanted to see a bit more pace, a bit more bounce, especially from this end, considering the bigger side boundary that we've had, and then a little bit of again game management, batting as well. I would have thought, you know what, boys potentially look to take the game a little bit deeper. Even if we were chasing 20 off the last over, I would have backed us to probably chase it, considering the amount of left-handers that we have, knowing that they have started.
Oh, don't worry. We're just having a little announcement at Edgbaston.
Right.
Don't worry. But,
knowing that we've got so many left-handers to hit towards the shorter leg side boundary, knowing that they are going to bowl the last over from this end as well.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like you're spot on, really. It felt like we used maybe seamers at the wrong point, and again, they were swinging all sorts. Also, I mean, it felt like Worcestershire executed quite well in hiding the ball. There were quite a few moments towards the end, in particular, where they're they're following the batter a little bit. The batter's shifting around their crease, wides not being given, things like that.
Yeah, I feel like a bit more clarity tonight. It's the first game we've done here on Bears Den TV where I thought as a bowling unit we may not have been as clear with what we're trying to do or execute our skills as well as we could have. So I just think a bit of that, it happens. It can happen a lot in T20 cricket where at times you don't execute your skills, but I think even still just showing that little bit of calmness and clarity in your plans. It's better, you know what, today I've had a plan, but I haven't quite executed it as well. And I think we'll go back tonight and we'll look at it and think, you know what, that last over, we weren't as clear in what we're doing. Even a little bit there with the bat as well. We should back ourselves. Even if there's a big side boundary, these boys are strong enough they should be able to hit a 6 to the long side as well.
Yeah, without a shadow of a doubt. I mean, there were some good batting in between. Dan Mosley again, playing a nice knock there, striking it over 150. Felt like it just needed a little bit more support the other side.
Yeah, and he's batted really well there. Showed again that he's a man for the big occasion. Played really maturely, kept the intent all the way through the innings. I thought at one point we're going to do it the way in which Haney started, the way Benji came out and batted, and just a little bit unfortunate there with that. It just leant back a little bit, got caught down at long off. So I thought, you know what, we showed glimpses that, you know what, the score was never too far out of reach. We just lost wickets at the wrong times when we're starting to take the momentum back in our favour.
It's going to have to be a quick turnaround because another big game on Sunday against Derbyshire Falcons. Still that chance to confirm the home quarter-final if they can win that game. So, I think mathematically they're almost there anyway with the quarter-final, but home quarter-final guaranteed if they win on Sunday. What's going to be the discussion in the changing room? Hopefully we'll get to speak to somebody soon, but what's going to be the discussion right now? Like, what do we turn around straight away?
I think just, again, boys, it's not the end of the world.
Yeah.
It's not a train wreck. It's not a dismal performance. I wouldn't go down that road of saying, you know what, the wheels are falling off. The main thing I would say is, like, listen, as a unit, bowling unit, let's just be clearer in our plans. And like when on comms I was saying, look, let's look to take more wickets. There is no way a team's going to chase 180 if you're not looking to take wickets.
Yeah.
Not to score 180 if you're looking to take wickets. And I just think with the short side boundary, if you are looking to contain from the beginning, you're going to obviously having to be chasing runs. But if you're looking to be a bit more aggressive, take some more wickets, back your options, then immediately you're playing the game in a more...
It felt like the wheels just sort of came off.
I just think
there was all sorts happening.
We just started to target the short side a little bit too much, and I think if we just composed ourselves and said, "Listen, boys," go back to when I was playing and when we were playing, is a case of, you know what, wait up. 20 is not that many.
Yeah.
With that short side boundary, knowing they're going to bowl the last over from the pavilion end.
Yeah, don't worry. There's a bunch of announcements happening at Edgbaston right now. It was a big house today, to be fair. We had like nearly 10,000 people in the stadium for a big match. And I mean, we should give props to the Worcestershire team. They played really, really well. I thought Josh Cobb, very impressive. Like, you usually sort of look to him for the big hits and things like that, but bowled really well today, I thought.
Yeah, again, clear in their plans. Let's face it, it's always a little bit easier bowling second on a wicket when you've already batted on it because you have a better idea of what the pitch is playing like. And it was clear that they'd done that early out in the piece. Tom Taylor, after he bowled that fantastic opening over where the ball was hooping around a little bit. And then he came back for the second over, immediately started to bowl cutters. Matthew Waite got smacked for a 6, then asked the keeper to come up. So clearly they had good plans. Straight away went to Ethan Brooks. They look like they bowl a lot of cutters. You're looking to utilise the dimensions of the ground a little bit. So you do give it to them. Probably they're one of their most organised performances this season. So, yeah, definitely.
If they'd done more like that, they might be in a better position because they win this game, but they're still not really in the hunt for quarter-final spots. Worcestershire, things would need to change dramatically. They'd need to win all the rest of their games to be in contention. Of course, Warwickshire, Birmingham, basically there in terms of the quarter-final spot. But at the same time, just that confirmation, that little exclamation mark you want to make sure of, especially recorded when you think about the last few years. They've made the quarter-finals and just not made it over that hurdle. You've won 6 games on the bounce. You don't want to start faltering now.
I think at times in tournament cricket, everyone would love that picture perfect. You win all games and then you win the final. But I think as a team and as a sports person, at times you need a little bit of reality check to just make sure, boys, we're playing well. But this loss, it may just highlight, listen, maybe we need to check our processes again and then go back to the things that we know that we do well. Because at times you can get carried away with momentum and lose sight of what is important. So again, it's not a case of panic. I wouldn't panic. I would say, look, we're playing good cricket. We've played fantastic cricket. This is just a little bit of a reality check. keep us grounded, knowing that we're coming into the important side of the tournament now. We're coming into the back end. Let's get back to what we do best, reevaluate our processes, and then we go again.
And crucially, in the other big game today between Lancashire and Yorkshire, that game was called off because of rain. So there's no, each team will get a point rather than 2 points and then start challenging. So it sort of, in a weird way, helps the Bears really just retain their position in the top of the table. Ahead of the next game, what do you think? What's the thought process?
I would say, again, just be clear. Out there, we look like we're playing really good cricket. Boys are batting. What I really loved today was the energy in the batting, even though guys came out and they were looking very fearless.
Yeah.
So at any given point, no total looked, or it would look too tall to chase. And then as a bowling unit, just say, boys, let's just be clearer in our plans and in our execution of those plans.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got one of those fearless players in the room with us right now. We'll invite him to come join us here on Beard NTV. It's one of our favourites. It's the main man. Here he is, the Danger Mouse himself. How are you
doing,
buddy?
Mouse?
Very, very well batted, Dan. I mean, obviously, you couldn't get over the line. Disappointing today not to keep that winning run going 6 in a row. Comes to a halt today, but you played very well with yourself. Well, let's talk about the team in general. Where do you think it went wrong today for the Bears?
To be fair, I thought it's one of those games. I thought Waite had a really good night. Obviously, that last over struck him really well. I thought they bowled really well. I thought Tom Taylor nailed his Yorkers at the end and really closed out the innings really well for them. And yeah, it was just one of those nights. I think on the night they were better than us, which we can accept. And for us, obviously, we're on a high because we've won so many games of cricket and we're at the top end of the table. And you are going to have nights like this where you're going to lose. That's the way T20 cricket is. And we'll dust ourselves down and go again on Sunday. But there's no need to be worried. I thought we'll do very good tonight. We probably just weren't at our best, weren't as clinical, but that's the way T20 cricket is.
Did you, as a team, fancy 188? Because obviously you've been batting superbly, which gave a hammering to the Outlaws not too long ago. Like, did 188 feel like that was within reach?
Yeah, absolutely. I remember we were chatting in the dress. Obviously, Smith got injured and he's one of their biggest threats to the ball, and we found they were going to have to find overs from somewhere else. And yeah, we thought 180 was chaseable. It was a good wicket. The outfield was pretty fast for how much rain we've had. And yeah, we just didn't get over the line. 180 probably was quite a big. Well, it is a big score, but we back ourselves to chase that down. And tonight just wasn't to be. But like I said, we'll dust ourselves down, ready to go on Sunday.
Was there a dip in morale after that last over, or was it just one of those things that happens?
No dip in morale or anything. Garts closed the game out really well against Yorkshire, and tonight just wasn't to be. And happened to me. It's happened to everyone in the dressing room where you ball and you go around to the park a little bit, but Garts will just dust himself down and we'll go again. And yeah, no need to be worried. Like I said, we'll still very good tonight. Obviously, you want to beat them in Derby Day at home, but they played some really good cricket tonight, and that's just the way T20 cricket is.
It is indeed. Now, just onto the positive side. On the positive side, your own form, looking good out there, timing the ball well, feeling good. Must be feeling good about your own form.
Yeah, I feel pretty good with the bat. I feel like I'm hitting them pretty well. The move to three's helped me a lot. I've really enjoyed batting at three. At the start, it felt like a bit of a Red Bull game, to be honest, when Tom had it going around corners, but it's just the way it is. And yeah, I've enjoyed batting at three. I feel like I'm hitting them pretty well. But yeah, to not go over the line tonight's a little bit disappointing. But personally, to actually hit them pretty well is nice. Gives you confidence going into the next 3 games.
Yeah, another big game, as you say, coming up on Sunday against Derbyshire. Back home again, big crowd Sunday. There's another game happening on Sunday night. So, I mean, just a request from some football fans, just tie it up a little bit quickly, as you guys did against the Outlaws. That'll be very much appreciated. But in all seriousness, a chance to just come straight back and get back on it straight away. That's what you want, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Sunday, it comes around thick and fast. You can't sulk about it for too long, and that's one thing we do really well. We've been beaten. It's our 3rd loss this season. We dust ourselves down every single time, and we go again on Sunday. Just because of one bad performance doesn't mean we're a bad team. We're a very, very good team, and with a lot of experience in the team. And for us, we'll just dust ourselves down, ready to go on Sunday.
Well, we very much look forward to seeing you back in action. Very well played today. Commiserations for the result, but it's just a couple of days away. And we're going to have another big game here on Bears Den TV. Come back to us on Sunday at 2:15. I promise you we'll be done by kickoff time at 8 o'clock. You just got to tune in at 2:15. It's Bears versus Falcons. The Derbyshire Falcons coming up here to Edgbaston. A chance for Birmingham Bears, if we win, to go straight through to the quarterfinals and potentially get a home quarterfinal confirmed. So it's a big game for the Bears, a chance for everybody to take over. My thanks to the whole team today, to Recorder Gordon, Flash from now on, henceforth, right? Okay. It's been a pleasure, as always. Ollie Hannon, Dolby, Marie Kelly, Adam Bridge, and of course, our favourite here on Bears Den TV, Danger Mouse, Dan Mosley himself. My name's Artif Nawaz. Thanks for joining us today. Good night, everybody.